Good morning. Hey,
Good
Diane.
morning. Hi there, Brand. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Alex.
He must
How
be
you
out the
doing,
room.
Brand?
I'm doing good.
What you have for breakfast?
I'm eating the I've always eaten a bagel
Oh, okay.
and a cinnamon raisin bagel and a cup of coffee.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Hi,
uh,
Jackie. How you this morning?
she must not be hooked up yet.
Hey, do you ever eat your bagels with lox?
I've
Mm.
never had
Good
that.
morning.
You? Yeah,
Good
good
Well,
morning,
morning,
everybody. Good
good
Denise.
morning.
morning.
Yeah, I've never had lox.
Well, yes, you have. It's just salmon.
Okay.
It's just
Well, yeah,
salmon.
I had salmon, but isn't it raw?
Yeah, but it's good. It's just,
Okay.
it's very thin.
Yeah, I've
It's
seen them. I've
right.
seen the
It's
program
so
where they slice it and stuff.
right. I put it on my cream cheese and I boil an egg and slice it. And then I like onions too, but the onions would give me heartburn. And
Okay.
I would put an onion, sliced onion, a boiled egg, cream
Yeah.
cheese, and lox.
I
Oh, okay. Okay.
can't
And then
see their
you got
head.
the Beverly Hillbillies back there.
But
Look
I
at
gotta
Right.
find the other one because I can't see Miss with their heads. What's her name?
Hathaway
Yeah, I can't see their heads. I
and
got
Jed
another one. I'm gonna see the
and
Oh,
other
Mr.
one work.
Bourbon.
yeah.
yeah,
Mr.
Yeah,
Clamp
Mr.
and
Drysdale too.
yeah.
right.
I can't. I guess the picture too bad. I can't see their heads.
And
Yeah, that's
Calloway.
yeah. That's it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now we missing Granny.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this other one on with them. Maybe this one to come out. I can see. I think I can see this one better.
Granny, Jethro, Ellie Mae, and Jed.
Yeah, I think
I'm listening to
I
a
miss
story
Mr.
about a man named
Drysdale.
Jim. Poor
Oh,
Mountain
see, I
Dew.
keep getting their heads cut off. Oh, who knows? Maybe the picture too big.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to make it little. Let me
Hey,
find.
Jackie.
Hey, I
You
got
know
them
how
in here.
you gotta. I think you gotta move it with your fingers and well, first
The-
of all, you gotta get rid of all of the lower part of Ella Mae and Jed. Take it up until her curls.
Oh, well, what about this one?
Oh my goodness. Look at Betty Davis and Joan
That is,
Crawford.
yeah, y'all remember that one?
Did you ever see that movie Joan Crawford
They
made?
had
She
See,
not
I
Joan.
still
I
got
mean,
'em.
yeah. Faye Dunaway played
you're
her.
on mute.
Oh, okay.
Um,
About her daughter.
whatever happened to Baby Jane right here?
No, no, that's
Oh,
that one
No,
right
that
there.
wasn't it.
No, this one was about her
And
and
her
her,
It,
her
that,
career.
look at the picture.
it was the Joan Crawford story. I forgot the name of the
Right,
movie.
yeah.
It was
All
about
about
Joan
Eve.
Crawford.
All
Mommy
about
Dearest.
Eve.
Mommy Dearest.
Yeah, Mommy
Dearest.
Dearest. Yep,
Paris.
that's
Yeah.
what it
Yeah.
was.
Oh, that one.
Mommy
Yeah.
Dearest.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
She
that was a
played
good
the
one.
heck out of that role. Yes, she did.
That's a school
Yeah.
picture.
But that was a ooh, that was a tough. They made another one though.
They played Whatever Happened to
Leave your
Baby
head
Jane.
it's
They
fine.
And
made
they only played two movies together.
It looks
Whatever
good.
Happened to Baby
And
Jane and
All About Eve. No.
no,
No,
no.
you still
Oh,
feel
I can't
but
think of.
I can't
and,
think of it right now.
and
Both of them were old when they played these pictures.
Yeah,
and
Both of them were about the same age because it was right after Whatever Happened to Baby Jane.
yeah. I
Um,
don't think they got along either. They didn't like each other.
No, they didn't get along.
no,
Uh,
no, they didn't.
yeah.
Somebody playing music loud as I don't know what early in the morning.
Right.
Whew, gosh. So that think the daggone their little system costs more than the apartment.
Mm.
Oh God.
Well, he must be kin to the little clown that's out front of my house playing music.
Yes, take 5 years related.
Yeah, about
Somebody
out
early in
there
the
at
morning.
7:30, yeah, 7:30, 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning, playing some loud stuff with some vulgar stuff in it. I said, please go somewhere else because I didn't sleep last night. And I have a headache and I really
Yeah, I know. I woke up a headache myself.
didn't.
I'm like, this is crazy. Mm-mm-mm. Who? Oh, somebody opened the class. Alice coming on.
Yeah, Alex doing the class today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Bridget, where you get that picture from?
That's a vintage piece. That's called The Scream by
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Edvard
Uh-huh.
Edvard Munch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a really old painting, very famous painting.
It's
Yeah,
weird,
that's nice.
yeah, it is.
Cause I was looking at it. Yeah, that
but I
is
like it.
Scream. Me
You
too.
get it? Did you get it off the art thing or you got it off of something else?
Off the art.
Okay.
Yeah. Your head hurting, but man.
Mm-hmm.
Mine too, and I ain't get no
Don't feel bad.
I know yours
That
is,
was a
huh?
fiasco yesterday. I don't
That,
want to go through that no more.
no, that was too much.
Pretty say I don't want to go through that no more. I know.
I mean,
Don't blame
that
me.
was
Step off
absolute.
right.
I
But
was
I don't want to
absolute.
talk about it no more either. So let's not.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Jackie.
Good morning, everyone.
How you
Hi,
doing?
Jackie.
Morning.
Hi, Jackie.
All right.
Jackie, I didn't get a chance to call you back. I
It's okay,
tried to
dear.
call you, but
Yeah,
it was some difficulties yesterday, so I
I
couldn't.
understand.
But I'll call you today or sometime
Okay.
later this evening.
Okay. Whenever you get some time, it's no hurry. I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Well, that's right too, Bridget. I had pictures for you to get to you that my sister-in-law and my friend Lisa.
Oh
They
yeah, those two. I
sent me,
always
they
put.
sent me
I put them together when I think about them.
I know both of
Lena
them
and
got
Lisa.
the L name. I
Lana.
know, and she
Don't she
sent me
call
the
herself Lana?
yeah, and
Lana and Lisa.
yeah, and Lisa, Lana, my sister, she sent the potato salad too.
What?
I got both of them pictures.
She
I got
actually
3.
cooked it.
Yeah, over the holiday.
That was nice.
Yeah, so I got them 3 pictures. I'm gonna send them to you later on.
Okay.
Hey, Brent.
Uh-huh.
Have you been looking at that spelling bee? The kids about to
The
do.
script's out. No, I heard about it, but I haven't seen it. They said they got some kids from this area too. I hope one of them win it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know what? I just want to know how they learn to pronounce all them words and then remember to spell them right.
Uh-huh. They sound them out.
They
Right.
study them, and a lot of them do it through the phonics.
He used to come on Channel 4, but
Now it's what's it on one of the Ion stations?
yeah, that's it. Uh-huh. Because I saw the previews, yeah.
I forgot to look on one of them yesterday to see.
I think it come on today, right? Today and tomorrow.
I don't know. I was
I
just
forgot what channel that was. Yeah, it was one of them.
It was on one of them Ion stations.
1, 4.
I wonder, do they have teachers that still teach you how to sound words out and how to spell words? Because
There
I
are a few
remember,
of them still left, honey. There's a few of them still left.
in the 7 parts of speech.
Mm-hmm.
It took me forever to learn that. God. And
Oh,
you
you
know,
can
looking back at school, if it wasn't for them teachers that cared, I don't think I'd have got out the 2nd grade.
You say the
Well,
second grade, Diane?
I said, if it wasn't for the teachers that cared, the teachers that took the time and found the young children that wasn't getting it
Yeah.
and take up their
and
time and teach them. Because I'm looking at Miss Howard and Miss Crislow, Mr. Brown. These are the teachers that I remember that helped children.
Yeah.
I remember Miss Betty West. She was our 1st grade teacher. In fact, she was the first person who taught 1st grade at the new school, River Terrace, when it opened. And I was in her class, and she taught phonetics and sounding out words. And she taught reading. She encouraged all of us. She gave each one of us a book at Christmas.
Oh, that's
And
wonderful.
she was a teacher. And then my 2nd grade teacher, she lived to be 104 years, 3 years old. Yeah, 103. And she was another one that taught that. And they taught children how to express themselves and how to speak the English language. But we don't teach our children how to speak the English language anymore.
Good morning,
Right.
beautiful people. How you all doing?
Good
Love you
morning.
all.
Good morning.
Good morning. Love you back.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
I
everyone.
Good morning,
need some
Kim.
love this morning.
Morning, Lily Dale.
Morning.
Good morning.
Well, somebody's having a disagreement going on.
Somebody getting ready for school.
Mm-hmm.
It's too late for school. Wait a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Oh,
10:30. Wait a minute. They should have been at school.
oh Lord.
I'm sorry. I'm volunteering at an elementary school. I apologize.
That's
Oh,
okay.
Are you doing the foster grandparent program?
I don't think so. All I know, I'm just volunteering.
Okay.
I'm volunteering pre-K. My niece is a teacher, and I did the credentials so I could be a part of it, and so that's what I'm doing.
Oh,
Oh, that's
nice.
nice.
Uh-huh.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Look, they probably can teach you how to work the iPad.
You got
You
that
know
right.
what? They probably could for real.
Hi everyone, how are you?
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
Alex.
Alex.
Morning,
Good
Alex.
morning,
Morning,
Alex.
Alex.
Morning.
Hi
Morning,
Kim,
Alex.
nice to see
Hi,
you on.
Alex.
Hi
Love you.
everyone. Hello. How was everyone's
Hi.
holiday weekend?
Very
It
good,
was
Alex.
pleasant.
Holiday weekend was great.
Well, it could have been better,
Nice
but
and quiet.
Good morning,
Oh,
Alex.
hello. Well,
I got chased by a buzzard.
oh, oh God,
At the cemetery.
I
Yeah,
grilled
I was at
out
the
myself.
cemetery and a
So
buzzard
me and my
chased me.
friend got we cooked chicken, pork, beef, seafood, all that stuff. So
Oh.
I did that and then pretty much relaxed the rest of the weekend. So
And you didn't
I
fight
hope.
nobody, Alex?
I
Oh
mean,
goodness.
did you forget somebody that loves seafood and you didn't call me? I'm so hurt.
Oh goodness, it was gone before we even packed up.
I know that's right.
I know that's right.
but yes, I hope everyone enjoyed
They was
yesterday's programming, and it's always nice to be back after a long weekend. And I always have fun doing this, so I really look forward to it. So before we get started today, you know, I always like to just go over the rest of the week for you guys. So again, just this email will answers most of your questions about any of the programming and what's going on for each session. So please make sure that you read this email every day. Today is the start of the Scripps National Spelling Bee that's on TV. So I think it's on a ION channel and it's going on for a few days. But fun fact, I got to not the TV level, but the state level before. I got to the state level of the spelling bee in 5th grade, and then I did it in 7th grade. So I was able to go to NBC, and that actually was televised, but it was just the state level. So I got further the second time, but each time was fun, and I loved learning how to spell and learn about words. So that was pretty fun.
You was a smart kid.
Thank you. It was fun.
And later on, I just got a few questions to ask later on, Alex. Not right now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Diane. Yeah, so today we'll be going over a little bit about Apple's history and just doing a mid-year app review for you guys. It's been about 6 months since we started these advanced trainings, and I like to just go over each of the apps in case you guys missed any of those trainings. Also, we have the lunch club today at 12, book edition with Crystal. She'll be going over the Dick Gregory book as before. And this afternoon, it's not a regular module. We're actually going to be covering security features on your iPad. And 3 iPad accessories will be awarded as door prizes. So be sure that you stick on for that. On Thursday, we have the lunch club with Caroline. And at 1:30, we have Cyber Senior. That's our guest for Thursday. She's been talking about the Google Workspace apps, which is pretty interesting. And last but not least, we have our first movie of the month at 6 o'clock. We'll be showing The Woman King, the movie that you guys bought on Friday with Teresa. So she'll be showing that movie to you guys. On Friday, our advanced training will be covering QR codes again. And in the afternoon, we'll be doing the same thing, security features, but part 2. Again, 3 accessories will be awarded as door prizes. So please look forward to that. Of course, we have the library flyer. So if we ever need some in-person assistance or, you just want to, do something and learn some information, you can come to the libraries and they're always listed here for upcoming booked and confirmed. We have this flyer for a Juneteenth event that someone suggested. And this is the last week of May. So I highlighted Dr. Brene Brown and how she advocated for mental health in different ways. So please read that, just learning more. And as you can see, she has a show on HBO Max. So please read up on her and her contributions. They're quite interesting. Last but not least, these are all the emails that you can email for assistance. So if you ask for help from from either myself or one of my colleagues, and we just don't happen to get to you, just please take advantage of the emails, especially the help desk email. They are just iPad general. Like if you need help with anything, please email the help desk at the email that you see there or the 800-6868 number. They are there to assist. And if you call them and they assist you, they'll of course let the original person know that they did and any other things that we may need to do. So it definitely helps us out. I know we have a lot on our plate, so just take advantage of these emails so that way we can, better assist you and give you better service in general. So that is the email for today. Just make sure you guys keep looking at this email every day, Monday through Friday. Today, we'll be covering, again, Apple's history and doing a mid-year app review. So nothing too new, a little more just informational, but definitely interesting. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand and I'll answer them at the end of the session. If you put it in the chat, I may be able to answer it right then and there. So just please be mindful of if you're on mute or not. We just want to make sure that everyone gets the information as best they can. So please keep yourself on mute if you're not speaking. Also, please just make sure your name is showing on Zoom. So we have an iPad user, not sure who they are. Please rename yourself. And, so that way you can get credit for attending today's class. So just be sure to do that. but it's always, and like I always say, you guys are the creme de la creme of the program. So it's always my pleasure to present for you guys. So if you could give me a second, I'd appreciate reading this disclaimer. WildTech DC Senior iPad program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual health, well-being information designed for educational purposes only. You should not rely on the information in any applications or topics made by WildTech, including but not limited to mobile and device applications, and any social media pages maintained by WildTech DC Senior iPad program, its owners or presenters, as a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, treatment, or legal advice. Thank you so much for letting me read the disclaimer. Again, today we're going to be covering a little bit of history of Apple. There's so much to this company that I could go on and on, but I'm going to be covering a little bit about them and their devices. Second, we'll be doing a mid-year app review, and it's going to be an overview of select apps covered since October of last year. Last but not least, we're going to have our usual overview and discussion. You can answer some questions, ask community questions, and talk about how the iPad has positively impacted your life. All right, so let's get started. So first, a little bit of history of Apple. And fun fact, their logo or their slogan is "Think Different." Apple Inc. is a multinational technology company founded by Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Wayne on April the 1st, 1976. The company played a significant role in shaping the tech industry, and it has become one of the most recognizable brands in the world. Apple is known for its innovation, design excellence, and user-friendly products. Some of their products include the Macintosh computers, iPod, iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch, which have revolutionized consumer electronics. So one of the top companies in the world. This is a quick video on their logo history. The logo that we know today wasn't actually like that beforehand. So again, we're gonna watch a quick video on the logo and symbol and its history and evolution. So look, the first one, this is Apple's original logo. The first Apple logo depicts Isaac Newton under an apple tree. Isn't that neat? In 1977, this bitten Apple logo was designed by Rob Janoff, and the rainbow version was placed by its monochrome twin, so all black. In '99, an aqua-themed version of the logo was introduced, and it was in use until 2003. I actually seen this logo when I was just in elementary school, so I remember it fondly. In 2007, the designer team came up with the glass-themed logo, which was used until 2013. So again, I remember this logo in middle school with my school having these type of Mac computers. Today, the company uses a more modernized, flat millennial Apple logo, and it comes mainly in three colors: silver, white, and black. Personally, I kind of like the white one. It just stands out, but definitely like the black one on certain light backgrounds looks really nice as well. So white or black for me. And that's it. So that's a little bit about their logo and a little bit about their history. It's definitely the first logo with Isaac Newton under the tree. That is the coolest one to me. Next, we're going to be talking about the Macintosh computer, or Mac. And if you look on the right-hand side, it is an example of the first Mac computer on the market. The Mac is a line of personal computers developed by Apple. The Mac was introduced in 1984 and has played a significant role in shaping the personal computing industry. The Macintosh was one of the first personal computers to feature a graphical user interface, or GUI, and a mouse, which allowed users to interact with the computer using intuitive visual elements instead of text-based commands. So if you think about it for a second, if you think about our home screens for our iPads, you see all the different icons. Some of them have words underneath, some of them are different places. That didn't exist until the Mac came out. Everything was text-based, but now you can actually view and see different elements, and it makes it much easier to navigate as a result of that. The iPhone, since the iPhone's introduction in 2007, it has transformed the mobile phone industry and has become one of the most influential smartphones worldwide. With its innovative touchscreen interface, it allowed users to interact with the device using gestures like tapping, swiping, and pinching, as we know today. So again, it was announced on January 9th, 2007, and was released on June 29th, 2007. Its key features were it had a 3.5-inch diagonal screen, it had a 2-megapixel camera, it was a 4 GB model, so very small storage size for $499, but they had an 8 GB version, which was $599 with a 2-year contract. But yes, that is how the first ever iPhone looked. So really small, kind of bulky. It has a home button with the square inside of it. So very, very retro, but cool nonetheless. Last but not least is the iPad. So as we all know, it's a line of tablet computers made by Apple and was first introduced in January 2010 by then CEO Steve Jobs. The iPad's launch marked the beginning of a new era in portable computing. The idea for the iPad emerged as Apple explored ways to bridge the gap between smartphones and laptops, providing a more portable and versatile computing device. So that's what I always say about the iPad. It's the in-between from a phone and a laptop, because it's not as big as a laptop, but way bigger than the phone. It's still very lightweight, it's very portable. So I really like that for those reasons in particular. And as you can see this, when he showcased it, that is Steve Jobs right there showing the first ever iPad. And if I zoom in, look at that home screen. It definitely looks so much cleaner, so much nicer, but we all got to start from somewhere. So this was really, really good for 2010. And again, we're going to watch a quick video. This is the iPad's first ever commercial that aired. So 30 seconds, but you're seeing a piece of history right here, folks.
Be the charming type. Take off your gloves and show what they hide. I'll let you cry if you close your eyes. I'll have an answer.
Look at how the inbox used to look.
There goes my love.
But it's still the same idea. Wow, so interesting. Some of the most popular apps that are on the iPad include social media. So things like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, four of the most popular social media apps. There's video streaming, as we talked about before, like YouTube, Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, Amazon Prime, very, very popular. Next up is productivity and creativity apps. So things like word processing apps, presentations, things like that. So Microsoft Suite, Google Workspace, which you'll be learning about tomorrow. Photoshop, GarageBand, very popular apps. Of course, there's gaming, again, as we talked about, like Minecraft, Fortnite, and a bunch of puzzle and strategy games. So those match 3 games, those card games, very, very popular. Next up is communication apps like WhatsApp, Messenger, Zoom, and FaceTime. So you all know what those are. Very important to communicate with others, and that's how we're providing these classes in the first place. So again, I'm very grateful for Zoom and its functions. Last but not least, our education apps. So things that you can learn with. So Duolingo, Quizlet, Khan Academy, things of that nature. So these are some of the most popular types of apps on the iPad. Some benefits of your iPad, like we talked about before, it's portability and convenience. It's lightweight, portable, and easy to carry. You can take it with you on the road, on the bus, things like that. It's very, very versatile, which goes into our next one. It has a wide range of purposes like web browsing, email, document editing, note-taking, and much more. It has a user-friendly interface. It's designed for ease of use. So simply, if you can tap on the screen or tap a button and swipe your finger, then that's really, just to do it, right? Last but not least, it has an extensive app ecosystem, as we just saw. The App Store offers a vast selection of apps optimized for the iPad, because there's the App Store on the iPhone too, but the iPhone and iPad are two different devices. So it's specifically made for the screen, for all of the different gestures that you're able to do the iPad. So Apple could have been really lazy and just ported all of those iPhone apps to the iPad, and they would either look really small, or the graphics might not, look good. So again, it's really cool that they optimize, the apps for whatever device that they're on. So yeah, those are some benefits of the iPad. Next up, we're going to do a mid-year app review. So again, all the apps that I specifically have covered since really February, January of this year, but all going back to the very first advanced training that I did with you guys. So let's take a walk through memory lane. First is the Reminders app. So again, the Reminders app makes it easy to create a to-do list, set deadlines, and organize your life. You can also create reminders with subtasks and attachments and set notifications based on time and location. So this app is already on your iPad when you first get it because it's an Apple app. So very easy to make a to-do list, things that you need to do, and things that you need to remind yourself of. So please check it out. If you have consistent things to do each day or different things to do each day, it's always good to write things down so you're more likely to accomplish them. Next up is the Calendar app. So this app allows you to create events, appointments, and meetings, view all of your calendar accounts and see your events and lists, day, week, month, and year view, and add additional information to an event such as location, invitees, and alerts. So again, kind of like the reminders, but it's a little more formal. But if you, again, have consistent events or online meetings that you go to, that's where the Calendar app is really such a great use, and allowing you to see your day either by day, by week, whatever view that you would like. So again, another app by Apple, so it's already on your iPad. So please check it out and see if it works for you. We also covered the Freeform app, which we have used extensively. So you can gather ideas freely. You can put just about any kind of file in a Freeform board, like a picture, a video, a link, etc., without worrying about layouts or page sizes. You can collaborate with others on it and invite people to your boards and start working in real time. And you can get creative with the drawing tools. So as you can see in the image on the right-hand side, you can physically write things, you can type in text, you can change the font, you can work with different team members on the same page where you can collaborate with each other. So it's a great brainstorming app, but also, of course, other uses as well. So again, a new app that just came out just a few months ago on the iPadOS 16 operating system. One of the first sets of apps that we went over were apps by Black developers. So this first one right here is called Black, powered by AI. So Black collects the news and stories from the world's greatest influencers of Black culture. With all of your Black news in one place, it has never been easier to discover the stories that keep you informed, engaged, and inspired. Some featured publications include Essence, BET, Ebony, the Huffington Post Black Voices, and more. So if you want Black-centric news, this is a great app to go to and learn from. Next up is Eat Okra, which is the go-to app for discovering Black-owned restaurants where food, culture, and community link. This app connects 500,000 plus diners to culinary creators and restaurants, reimagining the dining experience in local neighborhoods nationwide. Eat Okra features flavors of the diaspora, so you can search based on flavors and different cultures, a Black-owned marketplace where you can purchase from Black-owned businesses, and it has a community section as well. So very, very cool. So you can see all the Black-owned restaurants and businesses near you, and you can support them by going through this app and seeing what's available to you. Last but not least is actually a game. So it's called Dots Home. It's a single player 2D narrative driven video game that follows a young Black woman in Detroit living in her grandmother's beloved home as she travels through time to relive key moments in her family's history where race, place, and home collide in difficult choices. This app is the App Store's Awards 2022 Cultural Impact winner. So if you like history, if you like, character development and things of that nature, then please play this game. One really cool thing about it is there are different endings based on the choices that you make during the story. So please check out this game and see what you think of it. I definitely enjoyed it very much. Next up, we talked about apps by female developers because it was March, International Women's Month. The first app that we covered was Seneca Woman, Power, Purpose, and Connect. And this app is the first app to provide daily inspiration and insights from women leaders. Designed to advance women around the world, this app provides the tools, resources, and network that women need to fast forward. So you can look at podcast programs that are provided through Apple Podcasts. You can look at women-focused news and events, and also women-owned businesses and more. So again, if you just want to see what the women leaders are doing in the world, please download this app. The news is pretty great. And again, as interesting as always. Next up, we covered daily art, where it's a daily dose of art history. So this app allows you to get inspired by beautiful, classic, modern, and contemporary art masterpieces and read short stories about them 7 days a week. Join this community of over 1 million art lovers for whom daily art is something that enlightens their daily life. So there are more than 2,500 art pieces or masterpieces on there, and you can look at artist biographies and information about the type of artwork that you're viewing. So I really like this very much. You could just expand your worldview and your knowledge of art through this app. So really interesting. Last but not least is, TED, Feed Your Curiosity. So this app, you may have heard of TED Talks, give you personalized recommendations that match your unique interest, or browse TED's library of thousands of inspiring, informative, and transformational videos for free. Explore more than 3,000 TED Talks from remarkable people by topic or mood, from tech and science to the surprises of your own psychology. So last week when we did our apps for cooking presentation, I found that TED Talk from this app regarding that remarkable woman and her kids and learning how to cook for them. So please check it out. It's a really cool app. Next up, we talked about the podcast app. So again, an app provided by Apple. You can discover podcasts that entertain, inform, and inspire. You can explore shows exploring a variety of topics, including, but not limited to, entertainment, comedy, news, and sports. So again, everything is pretty much free, and depending on what you like, you can again do things audio, not by visual. So that way, you know, you can give your eyes a rest sometimes versus just like watching a show. And there are, again, many, many different topics that you can, you know, listen to. I like the nutrition topics, definitely the true crime stuff that's on there, and some, of course, the food stuff. So your favorite celebrity may have a podcast on this app, and you can listen to what they have to say about a certain topic. So again, the Apple Podcast app is there for you. Next up, we're going to be talking about WikiHow, learn how to do anything. The WikiHow app gives you over 150,000 how-to guides right in the palm of your hand. Read or watch step-by-step instructions on every imaginable topic. Become the DIY, do-it-yourself master of anything. You can bookmark articles to read and use later, read featured articles of the day, and browse random guides for your entertainment. So if you need to look up how to do blank, then this is the app that you can search, you know, use it to search for that certain guide and get things that may be of use to you in your life. So I really recommend this app, very cool. Next up is the Refined app, Get Smarter Every Day. This app chooses 5 hand-picked links from around the world that make you smarter and is tailored to your interests. There are new articles every day. This app actually learns. The more you interact, the better your picks or links will become. You can customize your interests. And there are over 200,000 lifelong learners that start their day with Refined. So really cool articles, things that I may have not, you know, search of myself that just are in the app for you to read. And you know, knowledge is power. So I would recommend this app if you want to learn more about things that you're interested in. We also covered, this was the Apps for Spring presentation, by the way. It's the New York Times crossword, where there are different games like Wordle, Sudoku, and more. Keep your mind sharp with word, number, and logic puzzles with the New York Times crossword app. There are games like the crossword, which is, you know, a classic word game, as you all know. And there's also a mini crossword where there's simple clues. There's Wordle, see if you can guess the 5-letter word in 6 tries or less. So this is really popular on, you know, being shared on Facebook. So if you ever see Wordle in a Facebook post, they're talking about this game where it's kind of like Lingo, kind of like that game show from the early 2000s. I'm not sure if any of you saw Lingo, but I really liked that show growing up. And last but not least, there's Sudoku and more. So different games that just stimulate your brain and signal a new change. Next up, we actually talked about apps for Earth. So the first one we talked about was the World Wildlife Fund Together app, learn about amazing animals. This app brings you closer to amazing and endangered species than you could ever imagine, letting you discover their lives and the work the World Wildlife Fund does for them. There are in-depth interactive stories of endangered animals, and there are multiple interactive elements. So you get to learn everything about different endangered species, and it's really easy to navigate. You just swipe basically throughout the app to wherever you want to go to, and the wealth of information is there. Next up is Earth Hero, our future to choose. This app makes acting on climate change easy and helps you take positive, practical action in response to the climate emergency while discovering more satisfying ways to live. You can take climate action collectively, choose from personalized actions, and discover ideas for healthy and smart ways to live. So you can keep yourself accountable to making sure our planet is, you know, at least better than it was, you know, beforehand. So you can make actions for yourself or a to-do list for yourself to, again, make the planet better. So it's, again, really cool. They also give you different articles, different information. So it's always good to learn more. Last but not least from this set was All the World. So it is a safe and free live action show featuring inspiring and fun videos that further socioeconomic growth, explain how the world works, and challenges us to explore. So this app is meant for kids. So if you have grandkids, this is a great app to expose them to. But as we saw in the video that we watched together, it was informative for ourselves too on, again, how to better our planet. So there's a full library of episodes, variety of experiments and craft projects, and it's very easy navigation and no ads. Really cool. And it's free. So again, if you have grandkids that be around, then hey, this is a great way to teach them about recycling, reusing, more about the planet and nature around us. So it's quite interesting. Next up, we talked about the Wikipedia app, the free encyclopedia. You can explore your world, find a quick fact, or dive down a Wikipedia rabbit hole with the iOS app. There are 40 million articles across nearly 300 languages, so there's always more information to learn. There's an Explore feed where you can discover the depths of Wikipedia through recommended, random, and top articles. You can find and search. You can easily find what you're looking for by searching within articles. And this app was launched, or the Wikipedia in general was launched in January 2001 by co-founders Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger. After that, we talked about two news apps, the first of them being Apple News, news and magazines. Apple News introduces you to the world's best journalism, trusted sources, curated by editors and personalized by you. An Apple News Plus subscription, which is $9.99 a month, allows you to access magazines and premium newspapers. Some features include top stories and local news, in-depth sports coverage, and articles from your favorite publishers, such as the Washington Post, NBC News, USA Today, and etc. So again, this is an app provided to you by Apple. You don't need a subscription for certain articles, but for some you do. There's always a free alternative, but when I did have Apple News Plus, I found all the articles quite interesting, so it's up to you. The free alternative that I found most useful was Google News, Top News Stories. This app is a personalized news collector that organizes and showcases what's happening in the world so you can discover more about the stories that matter to you. With this app, you'll find local news and articles for you, worldwide headlines, and a categorized newsstand for certain publications that you like. So you do need a Google account, very easy to make one, but other than that, everything is free with this app. So I use it quite a bit, on my phone when I'm looking at the news in the morning. So I quite like a bit, but Apple News, they also send, both of these apps send you notifications. So you always be aware of the most hottest things that are going on in the world. After that, we also talked about apps for art, which I found really interesting. The first one is called Art Nows, which is a art news app. Curated from the web's best sources, this app collects the latest news about art, artists, galleries, and museums. Some features include viewing news based on category, saving articles to read later, and you can also share articles with your friends and family. So if you are a very art person, this is the app for you, because again, you can learn about what's going on in the art world and based on location, which I think is pretty cool. Next up, we talked about Art Set 4, the most realistic art tools where you can express your artistic side without having to take out an actual easel or art supplies. This app turns your iPad into a digital canvas where you can use different drawing tools to create a masterpiece. Some of their features include hyperreal tools such as oil, watercolor, pencil, marker, wax crayon, and more. In-depth user guide in the app, complete with video. And you can also import your own photos and videos as a base to create your own artwork. So don't feel like taking out colored pencils or markers, you can just use the Art Set 4 app and create away. So really interesting, and it's all free. There is a premium side for additional tools and such, but starting out, and what I would recommend for most is just to keep it free. Last up from the set was Zen Color, color by number to relax. The world's first coloring game inspired by Zen and is dedicated to bringing you the best calming experience. Enjoy a relaxing, serene, and peaceful expedition with Zen Color. Some features include there's a large selection of exquisite paintings. There's even easy navigation between them. And the background music is quite calming and immersing yourself in nature's beauty and tranquility. So I know some of you really like this. So I wanted to make sure to showcase it to you guys again, because it's really important, especially because it's still Mental Health Awareness Month, to be able to take care of yourself in many different ways. So I would implore you to try this out and see how it is. Next up, we talked about relaxing games for you. This first one, Jigsaw HD, where there's 10,000 free Jigsaw puzzles in the app and new puzzles every day. You can complete puzzles to relax and get rid of stress. You can upload your own pictures and use them to create puzzles. You can configure puzzles like the amount of pieces and such, and there are different categories of puzzles available to you. So on the image on the left-hand side, that is an example of a, let's see, 20 piece puzzle, and it looks quite good, right? So definitely implore you to try that out. Next up is Wordscapes, a relaxing word puzzle game. You can enjoy modern word puzzles with the best word searching, anagrams, and crosswords. Playing Wordscapes at least 10 minutes a day will sharpen your mind and relax your brain. So this is one of the apps that are preloaded onto your device. There are over 6,000 puzzles, a beautiful scenery backgrounds, and unlimited tries. So try that out. Last but not least is Zen Match. So kind of like Zen Color, but just a matching game, which mixed with Mahjong. So you can challenge yourself with this Mahjong inspired game where your goal is to match 3 tiles and clear the board. Match tiles, clear the board, decorate your own relaxing room, and find your piece in Zen Match. So again, calming music, just really good to, you know, keep your mind off things and relax. So great app. So I made sure to put aside some time today. So in case any of you wanted me to go more in depth about any of the apps that we covered today, that is why we have this time for you to ask me any questions and just to answer some of the questions that I have. But that was a general overview of a lot of the apps that we've covered in the past few months, and it's been a great journey with you guys. Tomorrow actually marks 1 year since I've been working at WildTech, so I thought this would be a good starting point to, you know, just have some more new apps and such that we're going to cover. So I really always enjoy doing these advanced trainings.
And we enjoy you too, Alex.
Thank you, Wanda. And
I was late coming on. I thought the day was Thursday. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Wanda. So yeah, I just wanted to do that review for you guys, get some ideas from you if you guys have any, and just learning more. So today we will be answering one of these questions. So please, if you have a question, I'd appreciate you answering one of these questions for me. I want to hear from as many of you as you can, just so that way, you know, we can have a great discussion. And again, this is the time where, you know, where I can answer questions about anything regarding the iPad or the apps that we covered today. So the first question is, what is one new fact that you learned today? 2, what app or apps are you interested in trying out if you already haven't done so? What do you like most about Apple products? And last but not least, how has your iPad positively impacted your life? So I just want to add one more question. If you guys have tried any of these apps, what is your favorite app that we've discussed? I'd really love to hear that, so I know what you guys are interested in. But again, you know, I'd love to answer, or I want to hear from everybody for these questions. So first up today is Anne. Hi, Anne. How are you?
I'm doing better, Alex. I like the apps that you did with the Zen Color. It relaxes me, and I kind of like the word game. It took me a while to get used to follow it, but I finally got the hang of it.
Great, great.
I like the going to the art museum, the daily art. That's fascinating, and I've shared that with my cousin who's an artist. So we've been doing that daily together. So
Oh, that's
yeah,
so cool. Love it.
yeah, yeah. So I just want I really appreciate you, and I wanted you to know that I do appreciate you to the utmost. And you have a God blessed day, and hope God continues to bless you.
Oh, I appreciate that, and I wouldn't be here without you guys. So I really appreciate the feedback and all the great questions that you guys have. You know, I learned so much from you all, and this is a a two-way street. You know, we're both benefiting in multiple ways. So that's what I really like, and how you guys had me grow these past few months. I've really appreciated that. So thank
Well,
you, Anne.
well, Wild Tech is lucky to have you, and I hope they realize it.
Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. And let me know if you need anything else, okay?
Okay, honey. Thank you.
All right, next up is Gracie. Hi, Gracie, how are you?
Alex, I love the Zen color by numbers. You know, I was telling you about that. So I finally got into that, and I've completed 4 pictures so far.
Oh, I know
And I
that's right.
also like mahjong, so that Zen match, you know, with that's something I'm always doing too. But what I wanted to ask you, and I thank you for, you know, you teaching us, and I've learned so much just being in the classes, and I've come a long ways with the iPad, you know, and the computer.
Yes.
But I went the WikiHow. I used to
Mm-hmm.
sew, and I've lost a lot of my talents for that. Will it have instructions? You know, it says some of them take you step by step. Will it go that far to give me like step by step help in maybe regaining some of my talents I lost in sewing?
Oh yes, Gracie, great question. So yeah, I don't mind showing it to you. So
Okay.
it really does step by step. There are a lot of different features available, but it's
Mm-hmm.
quite easy to access. So again, this is a picture, or this is my iPad with all of the apps that we've gone over. So 33 apps all together. So
Mm-hmm.
again, I really got to congratulate you guys. There's streaming, there's different types of developers, there's news, there's art, there's for your environment, things of that nature. So it's just great to have a variety of things to learn and be able to talk about with your friends and family. So I really gotta congratulate you guys on knowing and experiencing these different apps. But look, this is the How app. So it's very simple. There's a menu bar at the top left where you can either look, there's a survival kit section where you can look at different things regarding survival, like self-defense, escapes, things of that nature, natural disasters that will become really relevant in the next, 20, 30, 40 years. So, always good to know. But yeah, different articles. And then there's a search bar right here at the top right. So you can literally search for anything. So if you want to go really basic, how to sew.
Okay.
Look, sew a shirt, sew a scrunchie, sew sleeves, sew silk, sew a suit.
Okay, good.
So look,
Good.
sewing a zipper, like, I even, if I need help with sewing, I ask my friend, but sometimes I want to learn how to use a needle.
Yeah.
So if I were inclined, I would, read about this. So in
Mhm.
general, I would start off with just how to sew. So look, it says how to sew. Sewing is not a useful skill, but a great and fun way to pass the time. There are tons of things you can do with a needle and thread, and all you need are a few basic skills and some imagination. So look, things that most of the time they have little GIFs or animated images for you to show you how to do it. So look, first step, thread your sewing needle and tie the ends of the thread together. So look, literally you can follow along with and do the same thing that you can do. So once you're done with that step, look, you can actually slide it, done, as a reminder and as a tracker for yourself, which is cool. But they also have little tips for that step as well. So same thing, like pierce the needle through the side of the fabric, people won't see. So cool. I never realized that sewing. So you got to sew, again, through the side that people won't see. So again, really cool. You keep going through the steps. Most of them again have videos or GIFs that are available to you. And look, there's
Okay.
actually, different methods. So the first
Yeah.
one was a straight
Mm.
stitch, and these are other stitches, basic stitches for
Mhm.
beginners. So this is called a basting stitch. Hey, I don't know what
Mhm.
that is. So, so look, fold a
It's a
piece of
it's a
fabric
big
to
stitch.
create two folds. So
Mhm.
yeah, just like the
Mhm.
animated image that you see. That's cool. I didn't know that was called a basting stitch. So you see how
Yeah.
you can
Good.
learn the information, but
I'll
also
use this one
see
then.
the different
Mhm.
method. When you keep going at the bottom, they just give you additional tips.
Mhm.
So look, cotton, linen, and flannel are great beginner fabrics to work with because they're easy to hold, bend, and pierce a needle through. So different tips, what
Okay.
you'll need, and look, related articles. So if you want to,
Yeah.
look, it
Tremendous.
Okay.
says how to sew a button. So you can start with sewing, and then you can
Yeah.
learn with the button. So look,
Mhm.
same thing, image, animated image. This is cool
That's
because
good.
I know sometimes
Yeah, I'm gonna use
I need a
that then.
button.
Yeah.
So yeah, literally how to do
Okay.
anything. How
Thank
to,
you.
no problem. How to
Mhm.
look, how to do crunches. There's how to be cute. Oh my god. There's literally anything. So how to anything, how to install a light bulb, or how to install a modem.
Mhm.
Teaches you how to install a modem for your home. How
Yeah.
to whatever. So literally
That's
anything
good.
that you'd like. And when I go back to this menu button, look, if I just want to look at a random article, just look, how to paint vinyl shutters. That's cool.
Wow.
Hit random again. How to perform well in a debate. Hey, if you need
Mm.
it, if you need to do that, cool. And
Mhm.
whenever you're in an article, look, you can either bookmark the article for later. So if I hit bookmark, you see there's a little check mark next to bookmark. And if I go into the menu, there's the bookmarks section where I can view all of my bookmark articles. And at the bottom right, there's a share button. So you can actually share the article through mail, through iMessage. You can copy the link so you can actually send it to others as well, especially if you benefited from it. So
Mm.
that's the WikiHow app in
Thank,
a very easy
thank you.
sense.
Thank you. I'm gonna use that when I know.
Great, great. Anything else,
Mhm.
Gracie?
That's it. Thank you so much.
Oh, no problem. Let me know if you need anything else.
I'm ready.
Next up is Brenda. Hi, Brenda. How are you?
Hey, Alex. Great presentation. I use a lot of these apps right now. I've been doing this Zen color since you introduced it to us a while
Mhm.
back. I got like 38 pictures I've already done.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
addictive, Alex, and it's so relaxing. So I
It-
really
it-
like that. And
mhm.
I like the Google News because I'm trying to keep up with these crazy congressmen to see if they're gonna do this raise the ceiling debt, stop,
But they're gonna put the country in
check,
debt, right?
huh?
I said in case they put the country in debt.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
right.
try to, make the seniors, pay for this. It's a mess. I've been looking at that. I also did the Eat Okra and the Daily Art app as well. So
Yes.
a lot of these are great apps, but I really love the Zen color because I've even got my granddaughter doing it. She got a little picture she's doing with a little girl and a little doggy, and so.
Oh.
But yeah, they're good. I really like it. And you know what? I've never had an Apple product. I've always had Androids, and I've come to like it quite a
Mm.
bit. So I use my iPad every day, and I'm coloring every day practically. So, but yeah. I really enjoy these apps. So, and I'm gonna look at that WikiHow. Does that WikiHow tell you how to be humble and appreciative?
Hey,
Yes.
look, if there's how to be cute, there's how to be appreciative. And
Yeah.
it's
And humble.
you might see, look, how, yeah, so let's try how to be humble. Yeah, there you go. Be humble.
Okay, all right.
But you know, something,
Oh,
for even those, basic
I already
things
got
that
those.
may seem like it's nothing to it, it is, because what I've learned in life is that, if you got to be humble and certain
You
things, just to
do.
be able to interact with others, and
Yes, you
Right.
do,
and
Alex.
learn about how others, that empathy and that compassion for others as well. So
Yes.
Mhm.
sometimes you may need just a reminder for yourself. And but for me, like, I'm always grateful and appreciative of everything that I have. But sometimes
Yes.
when you may
Right.
be going through a negative situation, or some things, sometimes when you're uncomfortable, it's really still important to have those ideals in mind.
Yeah.
So things like that, it may be silly, but it's real. Like,
I don't think
like,
it's silly. I think it's great. I mean,
that's
just
look,
right.
think, just
like
put
accepting,
put the shoe on the other
accepting your
foot.
limitations.
Yeah.
Yes, you're putting your shoe on the other feet, so you can
Right.
apologize for your mistakes, be open to receiving feedback.
There's
Exactly.
somebody that needs
Someone
to look
else might
at.
be right, and these are things that not to go off on a tangent, but we're all still learning, no matter what age you are, or how old you are, or what you've experienced. There's always just being able to learn more, and evolve as a person is really important. So
Exactly.
yes,
Yeah.
I really like this app. There's
Yes.
nothing too silly for it.
No. One more thing, Alex. Happy 1 year anniversary.
Oh, thank you, Brenda. Thank
Oh
you.
Yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah. Happy
appreciate it. I
anniversary.
appreciate
Yeah.
it.
You're
Is there any,
welcome.
yes, is there any other app that you saw that you would like to try, Brenda?
Well, I'll probably try that Art Set 4. I wrote down all these apps. There's a bunch of them. We got a, but I think I'll do the eat okra. Whenever we're out, and
Yeah.
tell us what business we could probably go to. So yeah,
Mhm. Mhm.
but
Yes, yes.
it's some great apps. It really is. Yep, really is.
Awesome.
Quite a
Well,
few. Mm,
yes. Thank you so much, Brenda. I appreciate your
sure,
feedback so
you're
much.
welcome.
Let me know if you need anything else.
Okay, I will.
Yeah. Next up is Yvonne. Hi, Yvonne. How are you?
Oh, I'm delighted. And these have been wonderful, Alex. I would say if you have so many on your iPad, do you have any storage space left after all
Oh yeah,
downloading?
yes. Oh yes. I have, I personally myself pay for a 250 gigabyte iCloud Plus thing, where that storage. But no, like most of these apps, they're pretty small in size. I know that because, again, when you download that, each app, it takes a certain amount of time. So a bigger app takes longer. A smaller app, it takes shorter. So all of these are, again, pretty much very small. But if
Okay.
again, just to make sure, if you want to ever look at your storage, you go to settings. On
Uh-huh.
the left hand side, you hit general, and then on the right
Yes.
hand side, you look up iPad storage.
Uh-huh.
So again, as you can see, I haven't even used the amount of storage that's provided just through the iPad. As you can see, I've only used 40 gigabytes out of the 64 that's provided to you guys. So
Well, that's amazing.
so as you can see, like most of these apps, they're very small. There's only one that's about a gig. I don't even play that game anymore, so I'm probably gonna delete it. But as you can see, most of these apps are very small, so you can have tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff.
Well, that's
Um,
encouraging.
but
That's
look, this is how you can check yourself and see how
yes.
much storage you have, and if you would like to delete anything. But me personally, no, because I may never know if I need to use it or if I want to explore something
Absolutely.
again. So that's why I know most of the time I keep it. But if I was pressed for storage, like I was in like 2017, 2018 with my the iPhone I had at the time, I had relatively small storage. But when I have this amount of storage available, which is again provided to all of you, which I think is really great, then the storage really does not become an issue for most.
Okay.
So
Well, I'm
yeah,
going to be a little more confident when I download apps, because I have an Android phone and I was having an issue with storage. So I translated that fear to my iPad, you know, so I've been reluctant to download, but I would like Wikipedia, which I believe is free, is it not?
Yes, all the apps that we covered are free.
Everything.
Everything is free. Everything is
Okay.
free. It
Now,
can be a. Mm-hmm.
My daughter yesterday was asking me how to create a folder. She recently retired. She wanted to put everything pertaining to her retirement in a folder. I was telling her to right click on email pertaining to that folder, and she'd get a drop down menu, and then she could create folders for certain topics. But from now on, I'm going to tell her to download WikiHow.
Yes, that's a good segue, because again, you can they have those articles that are available for things like that. Because yes, each system, depending on what you want to do, because you had just mentioned email, there could be she could organize it if she has like a computer, like by the files, or if she has a device, like an iPad, for example, there's the files app. So yes, there's a, for each system or device, unfortunately, there will be nuances in doing certain things. So yeah, it's just being able to just search and find out, how to do things in specific, and at least have a baseline of where to start is a good idea. So,
and congratulations, you have certainly been an asset to the iPad program. And I love the way you and Teresa work so wonderfully and warmly, but professionally together. So I appreciate that, and good luck going forward. God bless.
Oh, thank you. That always warms my heart. And yes, Teresa, she's the one that actually encouraged me from the start to, start off with the modules. I remember way back in September, the first module I did, I think it was module 2, but I was, scared out of my butt, but
it didn't show.
But it's yes, I'm really grateful to again always have the opportunity, because it takes a certain person. So I have been in customer service all my life since since I was 17. So it's been a ride, meeting different people and exploring different cultures. That's what it's all about. You gotta just
Alex,
keep your
I'm
mind
going to
open.
jump off because I know someone else has questions, but I appreciate the programming that you do for Tuesdays and Thursdays as well. It was wonderful to talk to the Office of the DC Attorney General. And Mr. Martinez, who was on yesterday, he was great, but I'd like to have the Attorney General himself on at some point. I met him when he was running for that office. His name is Brian Schwab, SWALB, and he's a wonderful new incoming Attorney General. So I wanted to mention that to the young man who was presenting yesterday, that at some point I'd like to meet the Attorney General himself. I'd like for our class to meet him. I met him when he was campaigning for the office, and he's a delightful man, and I think he's going to make a difference. And he's got some big shoes to fill coming in behind Carl Racine, our outgoing Attorney General.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much for that feedback. We had him last year in October, I remember. So I remember listening to his tips and tricks, very interesting. So yes, that's a good idea. So we'll definitely keep that in mind, Yvonne. And thank you so much for your information. You're a wealth of knowledge, and it's always nice to hear from you, Yvonne. So thank you
so much.
Yes. Just let me know if you need anything else.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Next up is Miss Deborah Edge. Hi, Deborah. Go ahead and unmute.
Hello, Alex, and ditto to what the ladies have said about your warmth and professionalism, and it encourages us to get on. Sometimes you interact with folks and it's like they don't see you, they're not hearing you, but you're listening, you're responding, and I've learned so much. I'm kind of hit and miss with our meetups, but when I get on like today, you should have seen me taking screenshots of everything that I want to try. I usually use the reminder and the calendar because being a retiree, sometimes days just merge together. And so it's a good way of keeping me accountable for things that I'm trying to do. I love art, so I haven't tried that one yet. And I'm not really a puzzle doer, but now that it's in a format that I can what am I going to do with this puzzle once I finish it? Or I'm not going to mess with all these pieces all over the house. This is a wonderful format to try my luck with some puzzles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes, Deborah, and I enjoy it myself too. So I can actually just showcase it really quick. I just completed a puzzle myself recently, but yes, it's so easy. The music is great. It's really easy to access, as you can see. There are different puzzles. There's a daily puzzle that you can do. It's really easy to pick what amount of pieces. So look, 12 versus 42. You can
I'm
change.
not going to admit to how many pieces I will start with, but anyway.
But look, there's even different types of shapes. So
Oh,
this shape,
wow.
the square is easy. The regular puzzle piece is a little harder, and the curved ones are the hardest. But yeah, once you start playing, there are ads, but very easy to get rid of them. Just hit the X, and look, you can start your own puzzle.
Right.
And look,
Looks
you can
great.
you
Oh,
can
look,
put all
wow.
the puzzles together. You can
And
put all the
so
pieces on the
vivid.
floor.
The colors are so vivid.
Oh yes. So look, it automatically puts in the piece for you if it's in the right spot. So look, this one's really simple. Just make sure you put it in the right place. You see, I'm just using my finger to go through different pieces. So look at this, we're completing the puzzle. And look, the puzzle is done. And after you complete the puzzle, I think the greatest thing is look, if you look at the bottom, you can submit a review if you'd like. But if you look at the bottom, you can actually go in depth on it. So you can actually just have the picture by itself. You can share it on Facebook if you'd like. But also, if you see that share button right there at the bottom right, you can actually tap on it and save the image. So if I hit save image and go to my Photos app.
And there it is.
Look, it's right here in my photos. So if I want to use the background, or if I wanted to put it as my wallpaper or send it to somebody, I sure could. So really interesting, right?
Right. And the other one that I really love is WikiHow, because I'm an armchair Jeopardy player. And my mom used to always say, oh, you can go on Jeopardy. I said, do you think I could handle the lights and the buzzers? I don't think so. But I love information, trivia information, history, you name it. And that's a great source to verify and get details on things. And also you told me and told the class about the Apple News. I avoided that because I thought I had to pay, but I'm using the free segment of it.
Yes, that's the same way I do. I don't have an Apple News Plus, but I just go through the articles that I can access, and then the headlines is usually enough for me most of the time, because they send you notifications. So it's pretty cool. So
and finally, you asked about what we liked about the iPad. With all Apple products, I'm very visually focused. It's visually easier to me to navigate through Apple products. And I love the iPad because of its convenience and the fact that it's visually friendly.
Oh, yes. Just like we talked about in the history, the first Mac computer, it had a graphical user interface, or a GUI, that, before that, computers were all text-based. So you had to type in something in order for you to do an action. The Mac said, hey, we're going to have everything visual. Again, just like this, where you can look at the different icons, look at the different parts of the screen, and you'll know what to do just based on looking at that. So I think that's, again, quite interesting. And it's very fast, very sleek, very easy once you get the hang of it, just to move around either on the phone, on the iPad, on the computer. So I totally agree with you on that.
Thank you, Alex. Happy anniversary.
Oh, I appreciate you, Deborah. You have a wonderful day. Let me know if you need anything else.
All righty.
Alex,
next. Next up, again, Sarah, I'm just going based on the hands first. If you'd like to say something, please raise your hand, and I'd appreciate that. Next up is Miss Mary Thomas. Go ahead and unmute, Mary. So go ahead and hit unmute in the middle. Can you try again, Miss Mary? Make sure you hit unmutes in the middle. Okay, just let us know if you get it. Okay, just there you go, Miss Mary.
Okay, can you hear me, Alex?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine now. What I like about the iPad is I learned how to do things I didn't know how to do, and then I started messing around with different apps and see what was in them. Then I ran across this one where you put your medicine and stuff in. So I started putting all my medicine in there. And now I'm trying to find
Yes.
out how to set the time so it makes some kind of noise to let me know it's time to take it. And then I'm home by myself a whole lot of times. So it's my company, my best friend right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I
Yes.
started messing around with stuff. Then sometimes I forget how to get into it. Then I mess around and get into it. Then I said, how in the world I get into this? And then like we were doing the pictures, I did the pictures on the Facebook, and I was trying to put the pictures on my iPad. I got to keep working on that one to get it together. And so then I tried to get the games, and the only game I got on there was oh, what is that daggone thing? I forgot the name of it now. It never ran across my mind now. No, it's a number game. It's a card game. And I was trying to get concentration and all that different stuff on there so I can have it. But that one game just keep coming up. So I just keep on playing that one game. I said, when I get tired, I'm going to know how to work it after a while. And
Oh,
happy
yes.
anniversary to you too, Alex.
Oh, thank
I
you.
I
really
got
do
to go,
appreciate
y'all.
you. I really do appreciate you. I got to get up to the
All right.
library and see you one day.
Oh, yes, that would be so much fun. And just because I see you every time, I'm glad you're home and alive, and well. So it's nice to
Yeah.
see you
Okay,
in your place.
Okay, and you take care, and God bless all of y'all, and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much, Miss Mary. You have a wonderful day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Next up is Miss Sandra. Hi, Sandra. How are you?
How you doing?
Who did the
Good. I just responded to your question in the direct message.
Okay.
So go check that out. But yes, would you like to answer one of these questions?
No, I wanted to ask a question. Where did you say did you say that we can get one of the art things and draw on the iPad?
Yes, it's called Art Set 4. So it's this app right here. Again, if you search Art Set 4 on the iPad, you can download it, and it's literally a canvas for you. So I'm opening it right now. This is the one that we created beforehand. But yeah, you can start your own art piece. You can upload a picture. So this picture right here that I did, this was a picture of the sky. So I was able to then edit it with with different gestures and such. But you can start playing with the new canvas, and you see all the different drawing tools that are available. So again, if I choose a different color, you see this different tool. If I go to this tool, you see it's thinner, so more detail. This is, it says oil pastel. So you'd see all the different textures, and you can choose all the different colors based on what you'd like. So look, you can even change the paper that you're drawing on. So look, a gray background or a red background or a grid background. That's pretty cool. Again, change the color. So I'm literally just using my finger to draw. And I can change, again, the type of utensil that I'm using. If you tap on the certain utensil, again, you can then Again, look at the different brushes, the different blend, with all the different types of things that you are able to. You can also, again, adjust the color, eraser, all those different types of things. So yeah, you can turn instead of taking out any art supplies or an easel or anything, you can just simply draw using your finger on your iPad or upload a picture of your own.
Yes, I like to do art.
Awesome. Anything else, Sandra, for today?
No, that's about it, but congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sandra. I remember you from when I first started. So it's just been nice to see you this whole time and stay on and learning more. It always makes me happy. So thank you so much.
Always.
All right. Next up is Miss Janice Taylor. Hi, Janice. How are you? Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, good. Happy anniversary. I am wanting to, how do I get the background? That's what I'm trying to get, the background, pictures in the background.
Are you talking about in Zoom, ma'am?
Yes, you know how everybody you got the pictures in the back?
Yes, ma'am. So that's usually covered in module 6, where we talk about Zoom and how to do that. But essentially, you need a picture on your iPad. So if you already have a picture on your iPad, you go into Zoom, you hit more, and then background and effects. So it's very simple. Once you have an image in your photo gallery. So again, if I go to Zoom, you tap on more, and then you hit backgrounds and effects. You can then add as many backgrounds as you want, or edit your pictures, or change it just by hitting this plus button. So you got to make sure that you allow access to your photos. But once you have them, you see these are all the photos that are in my iPad. And then I can adjust it based on what I'd like. So this was actually a puzzle from the Jigsaw Puzzle app. And then this was from the Zen Color app that we went over. So you can add as many or as little pictures as you like to use as your virtual background, but that's also covered in module 6, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
No problem, Ms. Janice. It's nice to see you on, and hopefully you'll be on for another year of learning about different
Yes,
apps.
I will be on. I was on last year, so I just come back to renew.
Oh yes, I remember now. Yes, it's always a pleasure, and I hope you seen and experienced the evolution of our program. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Diane. Go ahead and unmute, Diane.
Hi, Alex. And
Hello.
congratulations. What I wanted to know is, how do I get a picture back? I was doing a picture, and somehow I lost it on my when you put in the numbers and put in the colors. I want to know, how do I get that picture back?
So are you talking about like when you're inside of the app?
Yeah, the
Yes.
Zen app.
So so what you're saying is when you go back to the app, you don't see it no more, like
No.
what you were working on?
No.
Okay, so if I go into the Zen Color app, when you open it up again, you should get back to the home screen. So when you're on the home screen, you see there are different tabs at the bottom. So the navigation bar, you want to make sure that you hit My Gallery. When you hit My Gallery, you see these are all the pictures that are in progress. So you should see, excuse me, the one that you are working on. So these are the 3 that I worked on. And if you have any completed paintings, you'll appear in the completed section. So again, you go to the app, you hit the My Gallery option at the bottom right, and you can see all of the different paintings that you have started.
Well, it's not like these pictures. It's just the numbers, and I make hit the colors. That's the picture I can't get back. The number pictures.
Yeah, so
Wait, no,
these are the number pictures. So again, you see,
no. I mean, they numbers. Period. There's no picture like the beetle or nothing like that. They just plain numbers, and I put in the color, and as long as I put in the color, the picture will come up. It's not an actual picture. It's just numbers.
Alex, she
oh,
talked about the mystery one, the one that
Yes,
say mystery.
right. That's it.
Yeah,
say that again, Brenda. I'm sorry, I'm a
it's
little.
there's some artwork where it's a mystery. You don't know what the picture is, and then when you go to the numbers, it'll pop up where you have to, hit the color.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's some that are called mystery.
It's
Yeah,
mystery.
I
yeah,
Yeah,
see.
those.
see them?
Yeah,
Yeah, there they
Yes,
are.
okay.
Oh,
Thank you. I
Uh-huh.
didn't explore that. So let me go in here and see what's going on. Okay, so same thing. There's not a picture, but there are just numbers that are on
right.
the screen. So again, you find the number that you want to start off with, and you color. Again, you zoom in and out by pinching with your fingers. You can tap on again all of those pieces
yeah,
regarding
like
that
that.
color. So as you can see, these are pretty pretty long. There's a lot of
Right,
different.
but I can't find the picture no more. That's what I want to do is find the picture. I done
Look
colored
at
most of it.
Oh, that you started. She trying to find a picture she started.
Yeah, so
The mystery
I
picture.
go out of this. So you see now in this mystery section, at the top left, that is the image that we were just working on. If I
Right.
hit my gallery at the bottom right,
There
you
you
see
go.
now
there
that
Yeah.
it
picture
is.
is
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
here.
I got it
So
now. I got it.
so
Mm-hmm.
yes, again, in the My Gallery section, you can look at all of your paintings that are in progress, and you can look at all the paintings that you have completed 100%.
Okay, I got it.
So
Yeah.
I hope that helps.
Yes, that did help me a great deal.
Yeah, anything else, Diane?
Yeah. Can I ask you about the questions I wanted to ask you before about the spelling bee?
Sure, really quick.
Well,
I got a
well,
minute.
how did it? What made you interested in the spelling bee, and how did you get in the spelling bee?
Oh, okay, really quick. So in fifth grade, I just transferred to my last half of fifth grade at Key Elementary. When I got there, it just happened to be an activity. So I just did it. I didn't really prepare, and then I won. At that point, after winning, I go to the I don't remember what level it was, but it was the second level. We had to go to some place. I don't remember. It was in like Northeast and compete there. So I went at that level, and then after that level, we would go to the not national, but like right before that at NBC. So I had an invitation to their studios, gift bag and all, and then we were literally sitting just like we were on TV. So I
Right.
lasted like 3 words, and then I misspelled. But the prizes were great. One of them were baseball tickets to RFK. So that was pretty cool, and all the different memorabilia. And then in 7th grade, same thing. I competed at my school. Me and this other girl, we literally went like 14 words, like head to head. I did a word, she did a word. All that back and forth until it was a standstill. So her and I actually both advanced again to that next level. She went out on that round, but I managed to win that one. And then I went back to NBC again in 7th
Okay.
grade. And then I did like 7, 8 words in. So more than half the folks were gone before I went out. And then same thing, there were prizes as well. So I didn't try to, experience it again. But if I had the opportunity to do, I would. But it was just cool learning about words. That's how I learned how to spell these days. I was a really big reader back in
Right.
those years.
Right.
So
Right.
that helped me out in a lot of different ways.
Right. I was just interested. Thank you so much for telling me.
Oh yeah, no problem. That was definitely a highlight, my 5th grade. I was like, hey, I was in the in the freaking National Spelling Bee. Like, that's so cool. So when I seen that it was coming back again this year, that just brought back nostalgia for me. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Alex. Thank you.
All right, no problem. I seen two hands that were up. I seen Janelle, and then I thought I saw Greer's hand. Would either of you like to answer one of these questions or have anything to say? So Greer, Janelle.
This is Bridget.
Okay, hi Bridget, how are you?
I'm fine, I just wanted to say that learning under your tutelage has been a total pleasure. I've learned so much from you on this iPad, and I've learned to explore a whole bunch of different apps I never even knew existed. So without your guidance, without your expertise, and you're willing to try to actually go in, explore it yourself and find the answers to different people's questions, it's helped a lot. It has helped a lot. And I just want to say that it's been a pleasure having you in our corner, teaching seniors how not to be bored, alone, or struggling with emotional or any kind of things by going to different apps that give them pleasure. So I just say thank you. Love you much.
Oh, thank you so much, Bridget. And yes, this again, this program started off with homebound seniors where COVID really affected seniors in general, but this allowed them to communicate with their friends and family, allowed them to have activities, learn new information. So it checks off all those boxes in regards to like your emotional well-being and your mental health and such. So it helps me too, and I love exploring things, and that's how you learn. You really learn by doing. So just by going through each app, seeing what it offers, it's it allows me to better explain it for you guys. And it's all about trial and error, just trying it and just going from there, because some of the topics I was really engrossed in the app, but for some others it's something new. So you just got to take the learning by stride and appreciating maybe the hardships, because they teach you more at the end of the day. So yes, it's try to do a whole bunch of different topics, different cultures, different viewpoints. It's so it's really important just to keep that brain going, and and as I always say, I really appreciate all of you for being on this journey with me, and it's always a pleasure. You guys deserve the most, so that's why I do what I do. So thank you, Bridget. I appreciate you.
You're quite welcome anytime, Alex.
Okay. Hi, Ronald. How are you?
I'm holding on, Alex. I just want to make it short and sweet. I just want to say thank you.
Oh, no problem. It's we got to thank you for being so entertaining on Mondays. I don't know what we do without you, Ronald. And I again I really appreciate that. You do your thing. That allows me time to make sure that this program is still going, and we always invite new folks in, because you never know who's gonna pop in the program and really give a lot of insight and information. So we appreciate I know all of us do, and all of your knowledge about sports that I certainly lack. Sports ain't my strong suit, but we appreciate you. So
we're glad you're part of the James gang with us. Thank you, Alex.
No problem. And let me know if you need anything. I appreciate it.
All right.
Anybody else have a question or anything to say before we start with Crystal for today?
Hi, Alex. This is Lynette.
Hi, Lynette. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I wanted to chime in what everybody else has said. You have been so excellent. We all love you dearly. You really shine with your customer service with us seniors who are challenged in many ways, technologically and other ways as well. But you have helped us all. And I just want to thank you very much and say that I and all of us love you.
Thank you so much,
Brenda,
Lynette. Again,
Brenda,
that
stop it.
means
Brenda,
that
stop it.
means
I'm
so
gonna
much.
start crying. I'm gonna start crying.
Oh, and thank you so much, Lynette, for your idea. I'll definitely keep that in consideration. So just keep checking that daily email, okay, Lynette?
All right, thanks, Alex.
Alice,
No
can I
problem.
make one little point? I've already spoken, but I had this little tidbit about brain. By exercising your brain, you continually enhance the connective tissues that exist between your brain and its neurons. This helps to keep your brain fast and fit. Learn something new every day by challenging your brain to learn more. And we thank you for being a part of that.
Oh, thank you, Deborah. That literally is it. That's just how I operate too. You gotta always be looking for new information, and no matter what topic it is, cooking, life, money, all that stuff. It all relates to itself. Everything in the world relates to itself. So if you're become an expert in one thing, you can easily become an expert in another thing. So I had my love for music. I played flute and piccolo for 10 years, but in music, there's a bunch of math. So that's how I really love to learn math, because you got to learn the beats, you got to learn how many notes are in a certain measure and such. So everything leads to another. So, if you know about games, you can go more in depth about games, like relaxing games, action games, things like that. Cooking, you can go into different cultures and first retrospect to their food and such. So everything leads to another. So that's kind of how I operate, and what I implore you guys to do. So thank you so much, Deborah, for that.
Happy to share.
Thanks, Alex. I gotta go, but I'll talk to you soon.
Oh, you too, Lynette. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day. Anybody else have anything to say before we start with Crystal?
I just wanted to say, Alex, that congratulations on being with us. Please stay with us, because we're going to hang in there as long as you're there, okay?
Oh, yes. I'm doing my best.
You have really got me going into things that I didn't think that I'd ever do on this thing. Because when I first looked at it, I said, "Oh, I can't do this. It's not a book." I'm good with books, but this was just a bit much. So, thank you again. I want to ditto on what everybody else said. We love you, and we thank you. And we hope that you love us as much as we love you.
Oh, well, thank you. That again, it warms my heart. And for the same thing for me too. Like I've had an iPhone since I was 14. When I got this iPad, to be able to present for you guys and such, I thought, hey, I'm just going to use it for that. But no, it really has become a part of my life as well. I can use it to watch videos, play games, learn information, organize myself, relax, share information with others, prepare, and look up information. So literally this one device has definitely made an impact on my life. So I hope it did the same for you guys as well. So I appreciate all of your feedback, and always looking forward to Wednesday mornings, and definitely look forward to today, and just to explore what we've accomplished. It's always good to give yourself a pat on the back, just to encourage yourself to do more. So thank you so much, you guys. Again, we have Crystal for today for the lunch club. And at 1:30 p.m., we're going to have our security features of your iPad presentation, where we will have some door prizes available. So let's, again, thank you so much for your time, everyone. Let's welcome Crystal as our guest for the lunch club today. So thank you so much.
Clear your screen.
Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing today?
Hi, Crystal.
Hi, Crystal.
It's really hot outside today. What are you guys eating for lunch? What are you planning for you guys' lunch today?
You said it's really hot?
Yes, it's pretty warm outside. Yes.
Ain't no sun. Get out.
No, that's Crystal. She reads. She's very good.
Yes.
Oh, We having tuna in our house.
Tuna, okay.
Tuna.
Protein. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Well, last week we left off with the essential of Dick Gregory, right? We left off on chapter, let's see, I believe it was little. Yeah, so I have good news. I was able to get the audio book so you guys can hear him read it as well, and not just me. So we're gonna start listening to the audio book as well as today. And I'll keep the chapter, the book on the screen so you guys can read along as well, okay? Sounds good?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, great. I'm gonna go ahead and get us started. See if you're able to hear it.
Lil. One Sunday, I looked in the audience and a girl walked up to me and said,
Okay, just to check, you guys can hear that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear it.
Okay, great. I'm gonna go ahead.
"Would you come back to the table and give me your autograph? I'd like you to meet my sisters." I said, "Yes. That's why it's always so nice to be polite to people. Be nice. Never put yourself above."
Hello, what happened, Crystal?
Wait, Crystal.
Okay.
She's muted.
Hey, Crystal?
Yes, you guys can't hear it anymore?
No, we couldn't hear anymore. It stopped.
Okay, I'm gonna go back.
Okay, thank you.
I said, "Yes. That's why it's always so nice to be polite to people. Be nice. Never put yourself above that audience. Because in walking to that table, I didn't know I was going to meet my wife." I walked over, and there was a little girl sitting there, very bashful and very excited, like God had walked over to the table. I asked them where they were from. Willard, Ohio, a small town. This was the first time they had ever been out to see big entertainment. We were big to people who had never been in a nightclub before. I sat down and asked her name. She said Lillian Smith. I asked her where she lived, and she told me. And during the conversation, she told me she worked at the University of Chicago. I said, "Well, I'm over there every day running track. Let's have lunch one day." She said, "Oh, no, you don't mean it." And she kind of tucked her head like I was the big entertainer just saying something to be saying it. I said, "I'll tell you what. You give me your phone number, and I'll call you, and I'll let you know exactly what day." She was so nervous, she could hardly write it. I rolled this little piece of paper up and put it in my pocket. This was an afternoon show on Sunday. And when I went up to do the next show, I couldn't believe how she looked at me. Like she was afraid that nobody in Willard, Ohio would ever believe that she talked to this man. I thought it's going to give me a great thrill to call her because she doesn't believe I'm going to call. This was the summer of '58. They had stayed for the first matinee, second, and third show. When I was ready to leave, I walked past the table and I told him good night. I left with the girl I was dating at the time. I took her home and went back to where I was living with my friends, Ozell and William. I lay there that night and got to thinking about that face. Then it dawned on me that would probably be the way my mother would look in a nightclub. She'd never been in one. She'd be excited. She'd run back home and say, Richard, I spoke to the star of the show." I couldn't sleep that night because I visualized my mother coming back telling me that. Mom telling me, "I spoke to Harry Belafonte." I'd say, "No, Mom." She'd say, "Yes, he's going to call me." Early Monday morning, I called. I called with the feeling that I know the expression she's going to have on her face would be the same expression Mom would have on hers. I could hear her expression in her voice over the telephone. She was so excited. It was like I had called my mother. This girl had looked so out of place in that nightclub, sitting there, knowing that out of everybody in that nightclub, I asked for her number. She would look so out of place in a nightclub. So I talked with her and told her I would call her back and we'd have lunch. She was so excited it really made me feel just like I did when I was romping and stomping in my heyday. Nobody could stop me. Summer rolled around. I worked hard, worked very hard. Then I went into the hospital about August with yellow jaundice. And I never called Lillian anymore because I felt I wasn't good enough for her. The day I went to the hospital, I don't know, I called at her job because I wanted to let her know I was going to the hospital. It seemed that letting her know I was going was like letting my mother know. I called her, and you would never realize I hadn't talked to her in a month. The concern. Why hadn't you called? Just like an excited little kid, I said, I don't know if I'll stay, but here's my number at the house. You can call and find out. They kept me lying there in that hospital thinking about how hard I had worked, how I was going to miss being at work on the weekend. Then when my friends came and told me about the people that were at the club that weekend, how they missed me, how many of them were concerned, boy, that made me feel good. I never will forget that night. When the visitors left, I looked around and there was Lillian. Something about the way she walked in, because in the VA hospital, you can't bring anything up. She brought me Hershey bars, grapes, and I know she didn't slip them in. She came in, and I never had anybody in my life so concerned about me. When visiting hours were over, she asked if she could come back. I said, no, it's so far over there. She seemed so hurt. I explained to her that it wasn't that. I said, yes, you can come. Bring me some books when you come back. She said, do you need anything? I said, oh yeah, some cigarette money. Yeah? You lay in the hospital at night? I think that's what really made me do some real introspective thinking, because I could gather myself. I could slow down for the first time and decide where I was going, where I was coming from. I lay there and thought about my college coach, and as I lay there in the hospital, for the first time in my life, I realized that I had found the one thing I was looking for: show business. I had decided that I was going to go all the way in this thing. I used to lie there and think and wait for visiting hours. It seemed like a coincidence that Lillian was always the last one to come by, because most of the people I knew were show business people, so they could get there without worrying to get off from work. She came by that night, and I was really impressed with the type of books and magazines and things she brought me. It was the magazines I had always wanted to help keep me on top of the news, but I wasn't able to afford. Life, Time, Look, Newsweek, Saturday Evening Post, and Reader's Digest, and 2 cartons of cigarettes. I never had 2 cartons of cigarettes in my life. She opened up the drawer and put them in there, and she said, I'm going to leave some cigarette money for you, too. And I had asked her to bring me some small change for the telephone. So we talked for a while. I never could find anything to say to her. She was a quiet and shy person, so we never talked too long. I'd tell her good night and tell her to go home before it was too late. When I reached in the drawer to get a cigarette out, I remembered I had asked her to bring me some change for the telephone, but 2 rolls of quarters, paper money, I counted it, $100. I lay there and I couldn't believe this, because this was about the same way Mom would act. If Mom would have ever had any money, if I would ask her for anything, she would overdo it and still feel like she hadn't done enough. I lay there and I couldn't believe this. I kind of had the feeling that all the hurt I thought I put Mom through, maybe Mom understood me better than I thought she did. Because the same thing this girl, Lillian, is doing for me would be the same thing my mother would do. I couldn't sleep that night for thinking about how Mom never had money in her pocketbook until I got sick. And she'd always bring in a dozen oranges, tell the kids not to eat it. It was for Richard. She'd bring in some soup. One good thing about being sick at my house, you got special food. So when I got out the hospital on a 3-day pass, I took Lil to a movie. Taking her to a movie was like offering somebody the whole world. She couldn't believe it. So bashful and so shy. About that time,
Lil and I started dating pretty steady. Then again, not too much because she was so bashful. I really found myself lost for words on what to say. Then winter moved in and crowds were so full and lines so long. I said, I've been here almost a year now, and I guess it's time for me to get a raise. Still making $10 a night. I walked up and asked the boss for a raise. He wouldn't give it to me. So I quit. Had it pretty rough then, staying home, watching television. People you thought you were a part of, you see them working every week, and you're not. Then I had an idea. I heard someone say there was a nightclub called the Apex that was for sale. I called my good friend, Ira Murchison, and he came by with his car, carried me out there, and I talked to this lady. I talked to her and asked her about a nightclub. She didn't know anything about owning the nightclub, but told me she'd rent it to me for $56 a night. I didn't have 2 pennies in my pocket. I told her, okay. By this time, it's January 1959. Weather had broken nice, no snow on the ground. Nightclub was in Robbins, Illinois, about 15 to 20 miles outside of Chicago. I knew I had to get into a nightclub where I could do the type of material I wanted to do. As great as I felt at the Esquire, it was still working to a big percentage of Guitar Red's audience. I felt if I went out there and got my own club, I'd have respect as a performer and respect as an owner. I'd have more leeway. My club. I wanted to see the customers treated a certain way. I knew if I made these customers comfortable, had the right atmosphere, I could get the type of comedy I wanted over. So I went out there, and while I was there, this woman looked at Ira Murchison. She was an old woman, about 70-something years old. She said, you know, you've been overseas, and you're going back again. She was absolutely correct. Ira had actually been to a track meet in Moscow, and he had just returned to the States. I listened to this lady talk. Her name was Sally Wells. I heard her talk to Ira like I had heard women talk to my mother when she used to go and take me with her. I always used to hear my mother ask them, will Big Prez be back home? Will the kids be all right? These women were fortune tellers. I remember one time when I was about 7 years old, one of these women looked at me and said, you know, you don't believe in me, do you? I didn't say anything because I didn't want to embarrass my mother, but I thought when people go to a spiritualist reader or a fortune teller, it's pure ignorance. This woman looked at me and she said, you know, and then she looked at my mother and said, he's going to be a great man one day. I see a star right in the center of his head. The woman said that when I was 7 years old. I never forgot it. I never believed in them, but I never forgot that. I don't think it was what she said. It was the way she looked when she said it and the reaction my mother had. But when I started running track, I thought this was what the woman meant. Now I'm sitting here in a place in 1959 and I see a woman by the name of Sally Wells talking to Ira Murchison the same way this woman used to talk to my mother. So I looked at her and I said, can you tell certain people things easier than you can other people? She looked at me and she said, no. And she started talking to me. It was January 1959. She said, you know, I see you getting married. I said, oh, you have to be in love first. She said, no, I see you getting married. She said, I see you flying all over this country from one end of it to the other with a little brown case in your hand. And for some reason, I always felt the top comics always carried a little brown bag with the material in it. This really impressed me when she said that. She kept talking. She just smiled when she looked at me. She rented me the club for $168 a week. I had a hard time keeping that club going, but I stayed there. All I had to pay was the band. Then I found out how beautiful it was having entertainers that drink heavy because some of the entertainers didn't have anything coming at the end of the 3 days. They had drunk so much. I got to the point where I resented the entertainer who wasn't drinking because I had to pay him his full salary. I guess this is why I spend so much money in nightclubs today. Give them the salary back. Then we started running into internal problems that all business people have. I was bringing too much whiskey back to the guy who was letting me have it. By the end of January, I was keeping that nightclub open by getting half a pint of scotch, half a pound of bourbon, half a pint of gin, and a half a pint of vodka and 6 cans of beer. And as I sold it, I would run across the street and get some more. This was the true test. I was so far in debt, I couldn't see straight. And then to top this off, I had something happen to me that I wasn't expecting. I called Lil and told her I needed some money. Well, when the girl comes to the hospital and brings you $100 and 2 rolls of quarters and then gives you $800 to take care of expenses, you fail to realize that she's doing this because she's so good inside. I thought she was rich, and I think this was my ace in the hole. I'll never forget. It was the last Thursday in January. I was out of the hospital and feeling good. I was back in business. Money was tight, so I went by to see Lil, and that's when I got the news. She said, I can give you $300, but I've quit my job and I'm leaving town. I asked her why. She said, I'm pregnant. I said, really? Yeah, I couldn't believe it. The last thing in the world I needed was a baby. I sat and I talked. I knew this was it. At that point, I had to weigh something. I had to weigh this. I was brought up in a home with no daddy in it, and as good and as ornery and as dirty and as rotten as my daddy was, he gave us a last name. Knowing I'm in no shape to get married, knowing I didn't want a kid to have to go under the conditions I had to go under, and to top that off, not to have a name, I asked her, would she marry me? And she said, no. She said I was working too hard, and she wouldn't do anything to be in my way. I insisted that she marry me. I never will forget what old Lady Wells told me the first week in January. She said, you'll be getting married soon. Lil broke the news to me on Thursday, the last Thursday in January. Friday, we got the blood tests, bought the license, and Monday, the 2nd of February, 1959, I was a married man. I explained to her what we had to go through. I sent her down to St. Louis. That same night we got married, we got on a Greyhound bus and went to St. Louis. First time I'd been back home since I'd left. And here I was bringing a strange woman to live with some strange people. By that time, our sisters and them had moved. We got to St. Louis. That was a funny day down there. It sleeted. Got in town that morning. The buses weren't running. The insurance companies had issued orders that anybody that would drive their car wouldn't be covered. No cabs. Got off that bus, couldn't even walk. Just so happened there was a guy bootlegging. He took us to my sister's house. It was a horrible experience for Lil because I was taking her someplace I hadn't been myself. I carried her there, and then I had to run by and see all my kinfolks and this and that. Then I had to get right back up to Chicago. I told her everything would be all right because the nightclub had to break for me. She stayed. At this point, she didn't have a quarter. She had to buy the ring and the license. I went back to the nightclub, and it seemed the harder I would work, the worse the weather would get. Do you know what it feels like to stay in a nightclub for 6 months and never walk out of there, not one night with a dollar bill that's your own? 6 months I stayed there and never walked out with a dollar bill that was mine. The bad weather lasted all the way through March and April. It broke a little bit in May, but by that time, I had such bad credit, I couldn't even advertise. Just a few stragglers that knew I was there would come out. One night, something happened to me in that club. One night in May, I had about 6 people in the club all night. I was doing miracle work because I had a wife down in St. Louis that I had never been able to send a quarter to the whole time she was there. I couldn't even call up on the phone anymore because my phone bill had run up so high they cut it off. I hadn't paid any rent to the people I was living with in so long. Then I turned around and I got their phone cut off. Plus I got them into debt. But I had to keep that nightclub open. I would cry when Friday would roll around. I would go everywhere I could to borrow money till I couldn't borrow money anymore. All my friends lent me every penny they could get their hands on. The waitresses had never been paid from the time I carried them out there until the time I closed my door. They never complained because they had faith in me. I told them every night, next week has got to be the week. It's impossible to be in the nightclub business 5 months and never make a penny. I couldn't believe it. I'd never believe it, but it happened. Then that first week in May, a guy pulled a gun out in the club. I'm working under the pressure now that the baby's going to be born in May and that the club's got to hit. I don't want my baby born in a city hospital. When the guy pulled that gun out, I walked right over to him and looked him in the eye. Mister, you don't know what I've been through. People jumping up and running out. I said, I guess one of us has to die tonight. What I've gone through in this place here, you need to pull a gun on me to run me out here? God himself couldn't run me out. He turned around and he said he was sorry and walked out.
Wow.
I didn't want my baby born in the city hospital. So I arranged with a doctor I knew to have Lil sent to a private hospital. When I got home, I was surprised to see Lil there. She said, Michelle was born here on the floor. Greg, when I lay here, I guess the reason I couldn't holler at the hospital, I was so proud that your son was going to be born. When I found it was a girl, I thought you would be mad at me. I didn't know she was a girl until they told me at the hospital. I just said, well, she kept talking. I laid here, Greg, and your sister asked me why I didn't cry and holler. I felt so good. And when it really dawned on me what happened, I sit here on this floor and I thought, not too bad. Dick Gregory's kid stands on the corner and says, Dick Gregory's my daddy. He will never say I was born on the floor. He'll say, Dick Gregory's my daddy. Greg, you can do anything you want to do. You know that, and I know that. Don't let nothing stop you. I said, you know, I'm thinking about quitting show business. Hell, I'm nothing but a peon then. Haven't worked in a big nightclub, only been in one once, and that was to see the show. Haven't been able to afford to go back to that one again. She said, Greg, I get lonely here without you and I cry a lot. I hear your sister telling you you ought to quit that. Greg, for me and Michelle, don't ever quit what you believe in, what you want to do. The things you told me about your mother. If she could do all those things for 6 of you, I can do anything you want me to do. I understand you can't always come down here. I look for you every day. When the day is gone and the week is gone, I just keep seeing you coming. I know you're on the way. I stayed there 3 days, left and went back to Chicago and opened up the club. It's June now. Easter Sunday was a good Sunday. The place was packed. I made just enough money for me to decide this place was going to hit now. Suffered through the whole storm, and now the weather broke. Forgot about my back rent. Well, crowds started coming in, and a couple of people started wanting the club. Lady told me. She was nice to me. My license, heat, water bill, taxes, kind of broke my heart that I had taken a ghost that had been closed up for years, opened it up, held those doors open through one of the worst winters in Chicago. Now I have to have 4 months rent in. $56 a night times 3 nights a week times 4 times 4. Has to be in by Sunday, Mr. Gregory. I can say one thing. Track had really helped me because I went out like a champ and like a star. Sort of like seeing the Buzzards come in that weekend, looking the place over, looking at the crowd, wondering how they were going to decorate it. Could have been a real bitter pill to take to keep a club open all the winter in all the rain and now have to give it up. That Sunday night, we threw a party. People were sad. People had worked there for 6 months with no pay and they cried because every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they could look forward to being somebody, being part of a thing, ethical, honest. They look forward to someone saying, excuse me, miss. Look forward to coming to work in a place where the customer was going to be treated right and the help was going to be treated right. That meant more than money to those people. And the last night I took the money and split it with them. I will never forget when I walked down those steps for the last time and I thought about how many trails I had made across the street, how many friends I had made. No one would ever be able to say there was gambling, which I had been offered, prostitution, which I had been offered, or hot whiskey. Because of the church structure of that nightclub, I always called it a church. If God was in as many churches as he was in that nightclub with me, this would be a better world. That was my church. That is where I learned to live my final lesson before I hit. I learned how to treat people with all the bitterness that I had to come through. If I would have hit where I am now without that period, I might have been working with the power structure against the people. I had a very special lesson there. When I walked down those steps for the last time, I looked at the people that walked out that was sad, and I said, you know, you people have really been changed. If you kept your eyes open wide, you would have watched a boy grow into a man. You carry 50 pounds of ice. If you don't weaken, you strengthen your back to carry 100 pounds. If you don't weaken, you strengthen it to carry 1,000. Before you know it, you pick up all the ice in the world and haul it. That's how strong I felt. Nobody could lend me their nightclub to practice the kind of stuff I wanted to practice. The average black man at that nightclub had never heard anything but the blue material. No other place could I have worked for 6 months and developed what I developed there under the pressure that I was under. Then when I hit my last step, I said, I'm ready now. Goodbye, Apex. Goodbye, Apex. And thank you so much. I learned a lot, and I'll not be turning back now. I'm out of work again. No money. When I split the money, I didn't keep a dime. From July to September, I looked for a job, and I never found one. My baby was born in May. Between May and September, I was never able to scrape up bus fare to go to St. Louis and see her. Then one day, I got so disgusted, I just got downright ornery and evil and embarrassed. I called Lil after not being able to call her for 2 weeks, and I said, baby, come home. I made up my mind that it might be a little bit easier if you were here watching me starve. As much as this woman loved me, and as bad as she wanted to be with me, for some reason she told me, that's okay, Greg. I don't want to come to Chicago, not right now. I couldn't believe it. I hung up, and I went back out, and I looked, and I looked. It's a horrible feeling to go through all the things I'd gone through, and I was about ready to take a job shining shoes. It's August now, and I go back to my old nightclub where they gave me $10 a night, and when I got there, I asked for a $2 raise. Yep, I'm right back at the same nightclub where I started at $10 a night. It seemed like 20 years ago. That's how much I had gone through. I couldn't believe that just a little while ago, I had walked up and asked for a $2 raise, and he wouldn't give it to me, so I quit. I knew I could get other gigs, and I did. No business like show business. I'm all right. It's 1960. That year, I made $1,500 the whole year. I averaged out $30 a week. I went back into Robert's show club and stayed a long time this time. I was really proud of myself at Robert's. The first time I had ever invited Lil, Sammy Davis came in with Nipsey Russell. When Nipsey came in, he was the comic, and I was just the MC. When Sammy Davis came in, that's when I learned one of my greatest lessons in show business. It was the cause of me making it in 3 years instead of 30. Sammy Davis and Nipsey Russell were the biggest attraction that Roberts ever had in his show club. Being that Roberts had to pay me anyway after he tried to tell me that I was laid off while they were there, I told him he should let me MC even though Nipsey was the comic. So they found things for me to do while I was waiting, like help seat people. I guess the whole time Sammy was there, he drew a 95% white audience. For some of them, it was the first time they'd ever been to the South Side. For some, it was the first time they'd ever been to the South Side at night. The place seats almost 1,500 people, and it's packed all the way up to the back door. White people are paying something like $50 tips to get a seat close to the front. Nipsey opened up the show and he slayed them. I couldn't believe it. Sammy came on with all of his talents, but you could truly say that Nipsey Russell stole that show. I couldn't understand why. And when I did learn the lesson, it was the thing that made me hit it in show business. I called my wife that night and I said, I'm looking at something that's so strange here. Nipsey Russell is one of the funniest men in show business. And Sammy is the most talented in show business, and there's no comparison. And yet, Nipsey is stealing this show. Well, at the Chez Paris, they had what they called AGVA, American Guild of Variety Artists Night. On Monday nights, all of the acts in the AGVA union can go and perform in this big nightclub. And nightclub owners come in and look at the talent. I had gone down many times not knowing that Black comedians weren't accepted in white places. The union people kept asking me, don't you dance? Don't you sing? They told me the first spot that would be open for a comedian was about 1.5 years off. Knowing what they meant by it, I didn't bother them anymore. Nipsey went over so well at Roberts that they decided to bring him down for AGVA night. I went down and Nipsey opened up with racial jokes and nobody laughed. He sat there and died compared to the response of the white people the night before. That was the key to the whole comic problem in America. A white man will come to a Black nightclub and he's so afraid and so nervous that anything you mention about race, it knocks him out. The harder he laughs, the more that means I'm all right. But when Nipsey got downtown where the white man wasn't in Nipsey's house, but in his own, the white man didn't want to hear that. And he didn't laugh. That was the difference. Nipsey overshadowed Sammy Davis at Roberts, a Black club in a Black neighborhood, because this was definitely guilt and fear of this neighborhood, of the Black waitress that had to wait on him, of the Black guy at the door who took his money. So when Nipsey mentioned racial things, Waddy felt very uncomfortable and he laughed. And he laughed and he laughed. If a white man sitting in a Black place and a waitress drops a drink on him, he'll jump up and say, excuse me. In a white joint, the club might have a lawsuit. So after I figured this out, I knew which way to go and I started working on it. Then I realized at one point, there was going to be an insult. Some white guy in a white club was going to call me nigger. Every white person in the club was going to be embarrassed. This created a hell of a problem because if a white man brings me in his nightclub and I get insulted and customers walk out, they will remember the incident and tie it to that nightclub. Then it actually would be better for this white man to keep me out of his club. I saw the parallel when I was kicked in the mouth as a little boy shining shoes. If a customer calls me a nigger in a nightclub, the owner is in the same situation as that bartender, losing customers over me. I start developing a comeback. And for 6 months, I had Lil yell insults at me. For some reason, I wasn't getting the answer. A split second of thinking could mean I would lose the whole crowd. Once it happened, people would start feeling sorry for me. And if someone feels sorry for me, I can't make them laugh after I recover. Comedy is no more than disappointment with a friendly relation. A man cannot have relations toward another man when he feels sorry for him. An example, if you give money to a blind person, you don't have a friendly relationship with him. If you think so, let him tell you that what you gave him isn't enough. Your mother could tell you it isn't enough and you wouldn't get mad, but with the blind man, you would. You don't have a friendly attitude toward him. You have a sympathetic attitude. So I've got to figure a way out. One night, I was out of work, hadn't been out of the house in about 4 days because I didn't have any money, and there were about 13 inches of snow. I was lying on the couch and I looked across at Lil, bitter at the whole world, nobody to pick on but her, and I said, what would you do if from here on, I started referring to you as bitch?
Yes, it is.
Jumped out of the
It's
chair
Mommy
and said,
McManus.
I would simply ignore you. I fell out of the couch and laughed so hard they had to call the doctor because I was bleeding inside. That was the answer that I wanted in a nightclub, that quick, sophisticated answer with no bitterness. That way I wouldn't give the audience time to feel sorry for me. Once I had this, I'm ready. I went into a very unsophisticated white club on the outskirts of town in a neighborhood where I'm dealing with a factory worker whose only mark of dignity is to be the foreman over that nigger and can get away from him on the weekend. Then one night it happened. Guy called me nigger and the audience froze. I wheeled around without batting an eye and said, "Did you hear what that guy just called me? Roy Rogers, horse, trigger?" I hit them so quick and so fast that they laughed, because this is what they wanted to believe he had said. Now that I had them locked up completely on my side, I said, "My contract reads that every time I hear that word, I get $50 more a night. So would everybody in the room stand up and yell it?" Then I got a job in Mishawaka, Indiana, for $10 a night. White people lined up at 8 o'clock to see this thing. On a Saturday night, a group of white girls were sitting over in the lounge chairs far back to the left. One of them yelled out, "You're handsome." Every white man in that place froze. The sex angle was thrown right in my face, and they could hate me for it. I looked at the girl and said, "Honey, what nationality are you?" She said, "Hungarian." I said, "Take another drink and you'll think you're black and you'll run up here and kiss me and we'll both have to leave this town in a hurry." I got myself and the nightclub owner off the spot. I left there feeling pretty good because I had tested a white audience with the type of things I wanted to use. The Chicago Playboy Club. An entertainer named Irwin Corey refused to work a Sunday night at the Playboy Club. My agent, Freddie Williamson, got me in there for $50. I never will forget it. It was very cold out. I didn't know that much about the loop. I borrowed a quarter car fare from the people downstairs. That just shows you how amazing life is. For the biggest job I ever had in my life, I had to borrow a quarter. For the job that made me, that skyrocketed me to $5,000 a week, it seems like you would have to borrow $1,000. But it was just a quarter separating me from one of the biggest things that would ever happen to me. I got on the bus, but not knowing the right way, I had to walk about 20 blocks to the Playboy. It was like when I was a kid, where I'd get so cold on my paper route, the wind would knock the water out my eyes. I am almost frozen by the time I get to the door, and when I walked up, they gave me the news. "We're sorry, but you can't go on. This room has been sold out to a Southern frozen food convention." And we didn't know it. I think had I not been so cold and so mad, I probably would have accepted it. But after that walk, I explained to the room manager that nothing short of death itself would keep me from going on. It's one thing having local yokels, the poor whites of Chicago, heckle you. It's another thing having the businessman, the man that's spending top dollar, a man that's been around, an audience that when it's all over, you can't say, "These are ignorant white folks." As I sat there on that stage, I went all the way back to childhood, to the smile Mom had on her face, to the clever way of being so bitter inside but smiling on the outside. When your rent wasn't paid and you knew they were going to cut you off. When the lights were cut off, but you could see in the dark. I went through all of this sitting up there on that stage. And when it was all over, I smiled. The audience fought me. And with their dirty little insulting statements, I would accept it and say something very clever back, to the extent that they broke. And when they broke, it was like the storm was over. They turned around and they looked and they listened. What was supposed to be a 15-minute show lasted an hour and 10 minutes. They didn't let me off. Every time I tried to get off, they called me back. When I finally walked off the stage, these Southerners stood up and clapped. One of them looked at me and said, "You know, if you have the right managers, you'll die a billionaire." working the Playboy Club, I had figured out the solution to this whole problem of cracking the top white nightclubs. I wasn't broke nowhere but in my pocket. Breakthrough. Interview with Mike Wallace, April 10th, 1961. During his first nightclub engagement in New York City, in the midst of his meteoric rise following his breakthrough at Chicago's Playboy Club, Gregory sat down with journalist Mike Wallace for his first primetime network television interview. Dick, in a matter of just a few months, you've joined the ranks of America's top egghead comics. Your trademark is finding humor in the serious and often tragic problems of your race. What memories of your personal experiences do you carry with you from your early days growing up in St. Louis? We were poor economically, but rich in humor. Coming up on relief and then having the type of humorous mother that I had, there were certain things we looked forward to when we were kids. We knew the lights were going to be cut off every so often. Anytime they were on past that time, it was just a matter that they hadn't got around to our house yet. Mom would walk in, or we'd meet her at the streetcar from work and tell her, the lights are off, the lights are off. You know, this was a big thing. She would always tell us, well, this is what it looks like behind the moon. And we found out years later, when Russia made the first shot, that it's black behind the moon. How many youngsters were there in your family? 6 of us. And your mother supported the family? She supported us. And you were on relief for a good long time, all the way until 1950. A totally segregated neighborhood. Yeah, a totally segregated neighborhood that we lived in. So you didn't know, or did you know, a good deal about racial prejudice? No, we couldn't find it out too much. You have a lot of cities up north that are so cut up, we don't worry about segregated schools as long as you have segregated neighborhoods. It was a pressure we never actually come in close contact with. You could duck racial prejudice at home in an indirect way for about 10 years before you knew. The only whites you'd come in contact with were the ones in the neighborhood, and they were the best people in the world because they were making their living on you, on the Negro in the neighborhood. So they were kind of nice to you. Yes, the only white people you'd come into immediate contact with were the nice ones. You once said, school was the only place where I could be hurt. What did you mean by that? I had an incident happen to me when I was about 7 years old, when they were taking up money for the community chest. At this time, I wasn't aware that we were poor and on relief. I knew a big truck pulled up to the house, and I thought this was something to be proud of. This was dignity, you know. We won't come get it, you bring it to us. They were taking up this money for the community chest, and on a Friday, the teacher would ask, how much will your father pledge to send Monday? I'd always been working. I was in the taverns when I was 5 years old, shining shoes or washing cars or selling papers. I had some money. So this was one day that I was going to buy me a daddy. The teacher said, how much will your father send? Things were very tough for everybody. So when I stood up and said $15, well, this was unheard of. The teacher looked at me and said, you know, we're taking up this money for you and your kind. And if you can afford to give this much money to the community chest, you don't need to be on relief. Oh my. This caught me by surprise. And not until then was I aware that we were poor. So then I felt that school was a place where I could be hurt. Oh, I can understand that. Were you in St. Louis during the very tense period when the public swimming pools were being desegregated? Yes. The one where we had the big trouble was at Fairgrounds Park. I use it in my act. All our parents made us get out there, whether you could swim or not. They were nice to us because they knew they had to integrate. So they hired a new lifeguard for us. But he was blind. We all walked out to this integrated swimming pool on this glorious day, diving board 50 feet in the air. We got up and jumped, and they drained the pool. You went to Southern Illinois University. Right. Who helped to put you through school? Yourself? I had a scholarship in track. I ran the mile and the half mile. Oh, really? I won the state championship. You had an athletic scholarship and you majored in business administration, but you left school before graduation. How come? I don't know. Just something that hit me one night. It seemed like I wasn't doing what I really wanted to do. How old are you now? 28. After you left school, you got a job in the Chicago post office, but I understand that your sense of humor cost you your job. How come? Well, the post office struck me as being so amusing. It looked like all the postal help had been there 15 and 20 years, and about the only satisfaction they got out of coming to work was to find a newly hired employee putting an airmail letter in the wrong box. And I love to do this because it looked like this gave them new life. With racial pressure in this country, I found a lot of humor and a lot of comedy in it. So in the post office, anytime I found a letter going to Mississippi, I put it in the foreign box. It was humor to me. If it had been bitterness, I probably would have torn it up or destroyed it or something. How do you account for the fact that you were able to escape all vestige of bitterness? Or have you escaped all of that? There's been so many problems that we would laugh at. You take a situation we had in 1958, when they raised the 3-cent stamp to the 4-cent stamp, and people in certain areas in the South said, we don't want a 4-cent stamp with Abraham Lincoln's picture on it. But they wouldn't get rid of his $5 bills. This strikes me as being very funny. The whole racial idea, if you just twist it around backwards. We portray the Indian in this country as being savage. We invaded his land, and all he was doing was fighting for his land. It's the same thing as if I break into your home, if I can overpower you and win, this is one thing. But why come out 5 years later and paint him being the savage when I broke into your home and ran off with your property? That's right. I don't mean to ask you to do your entire act for us at these prices, but nonetheless, would you care to make some comments on the news? Tell me how you put this stuff together. Do you write your own material? Oh, I never write it. It's just a matter of looking at the newspapers and you find it. This week, there's been so much going on. You have a situation going in Cuba, the aftermath of the Bay of Pigs invasion. I don't believe it's as big as it is. I can see where good propaganda would make it seem so. In other words, if you had 3 men walk into your house and after you beat up the 3 and had everything under control, you holler out the window saying, there's 50 guys in here. Well, this makes you look greater, and I feel the same thing is happening there. So I just twist it and say, they probably have bigger fights in Xavier Cugat's band. It's just a matter of twisting it. You take Miami. It's one of the few cities where you can go down and shake a tree and 6 oranges and 7 Cubans will fall to the ground. These are the situations you see in the newspaper. You have the Russian that just made it to outer space, which is a wonderful thing. Then you read where you become weightless. He couldn't feel his hands, he couldn't feel his legs, and he floated out of his chair. He said he could write, but he had to hold the pad. Well, I get like that 2 and 3 times a week, and it doesn't cost this country $2 billion. This is the humor that I see. What's the difference between racial prejudice in the North and South? It's actually no difference. In the South, they don't care how close I get as long as I don't get too big. And up north, they don't care how big I get as long as I don't get too close. What are your thoughts on some non-racial topics like President Kennedy? Well, you have to realize one thing. This is the first president we've ever elected in the history of this country that moved into a smaller house. The Bureau of Internal Revenue, now that you're in the higher income tax bracket. Yeah, that's why I smoke so much. I write off about 180 cartons a year on my income tax, and they haven't found a way to get around that. But they told me every time they see me, I better be smoking. Tell me this, Dick, until how recently, I mean this quite seriously, was money a problem for you? Up until a month ago, last year, the whole year in entertainment, I think I cleared about $1,500. In all of 1960, you made $1,500, an average of about $30 a week. Yep. And in 1961, your income will be what, do you figure? From what I've been reading in the paper, they said everything from $500,000 to $800,000 on the assumption that the record takes off and goes as big as they expect. From $1,500 to $500,000 in 1 year. Have you ever tried to analyze why this happened? I don't think you can. I've always believed that if you do what you want to do and work hard at what you believe in, you'll never get cheated. But there must be something special in Dick Gregory that at this time in 1961 suddenly made people latch on to you. I really couldn't say. It might have happened last year or the year before. It's just the right timing, being at the right place at the right time. The biggest break I had was at the Playboy Club filling in for a comic in Chicago. There was a convention in town and the room was filled with Southerners. I've always believed that my act would go with Southerners because as long as you're telling the truth, regardless of how bad it hurts, you played the first time to a room full of Southerners? What happened? I was supposed to go on for 15 minutes and they kept me on the stage for an hour and 10 minutes. My golly. And there was no bitterness? I had a little bit of heckling at the beginning, but once you can handle the hecklers and just stay right on them. When you first tried to get a job with the kind of jokes that you do in Chicago, I would imagine it was kind of tough. It was tough trying to get a job simply because you can't start off in show business in the top nightclubs. And when you are very topical and talking about touchy problems, you have to be in the range to reach the man between the 8 to 15,000 a year bracket. They think differently. They've read the same books. I tell jokes about the Mann Act. Everybody in the nightclubs I'm working now, they've heard about the Mann Act. Telling jokes about Kennedy, I don't use the word Harvard, I use the word Cambridge. And all these people understand. Whereas in the lower nightclubs, in the neighborhood places, this is where you're at a loss with topical material and trying to keep it at that level. There are a lot of touchy things that just by wording it in a certain way, it will go over. You must be a happy fellow. I'm very happy. I can understand. Thanks, Richard, for coming and spending this time. My pleasure. Interview with Paul.
Okay. So we left off at the last interview with him. So that's where we're gonna leave off today, guys. You guys can hear me, right? Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. How did you guys like this section this time, this chapter? Any comments?
I thought it was great. He's got an understanding wife. Lil, she's stuck by him. You know, she's praying that he come home, but she was staying where she was. So I admire her for that. Yeah. No wonder he loved her.
Uh-huh.
And Ms. Dennis, you have something to say?
I just found that, excuse me, I've got a cold. I just found that it was interesting how he dealt with the Southerners, the white Southerners, and how it got to be funny, and just telling the truth just made him just come out on the top.
Exactly, made him more
perseverance is the root of happiness, money wise. If you keep at something and I'm a firm believer that when God puts you in a place, you either gotta make hay or go to bed. So if you're gonna make hay, you're gonna get some money. If you go to bed, you're not gonna work. So it's a lesson in how perseverance and keep on trying makes you get where you want to go after a while.
That's very true because for 6 months he didn't have no money. He wasn't
Mm,
his
yes,
he was down and out for 6 months, and he had just had his child. So I'm pretty sure that had to be very tough. And yeah,
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
stuck with it, and he made it. And
Yeah.
one
He
Yeah.
believed, he had trust, he had faith. Yes, he did.
Mhm.
definitely
Mm. He was a strong man.
man, it's about Lil, her being so
And
understanding.
right, not only that, he had a woman that loved him and he loved her.
Mhm.
Yes.
And she stuck by him no matter what.
Matter what. Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that he appreciated her from the very moment he met her.
Mm-hmm.
And she in turn saw the goodness in him. And she saw a stick towardness with him that will work. That's my opinion.
And I think also the fact that he
No.
saw his mother in her at the beginning of their
She
relationship.
was a hard trying woman.
Yeah,
Mm.
saw his mother in her at the beginning of their relationship, and that led him to develop strong feelings as well.
Yeah.
Miss Jerry, you have something you want to say? Go ahead, speak.
Yes, what I liked about Dick Baby is, they have a saying that when doors open, you walk through them. Whatever door open, he went through them, even though someone was slammed behind, he couldn't get back in. He had to go forward, but he pressed on, and he still pressed on. And all that you read the rest of the story that until he found what he was doing in the 80s. I believe the 80s was what put him, and gave him his joy, regardless of it was money or not. Because he was so used to doing things and working and not having a whole lot of it. I was almost like that. I never had a lot of money, but I never was without. Me and my 4 children, my husband, and what we had was always love. All day long love, night love, evening love. When they came up from school, they had mama, daddy love. And that's why I tell you, if you have it in your heart, your dream, and this is what you're supposed to be, go on. That door open, try. It may lead you to your dream. If it don't, let it shut, but go to the next one. Go.
Very true.
I love it.
Thank you for sharing, Miss Jared. Thank you.
Krista, you know what? The book was being read by Joe Morton. I thought it was Dick Gregory, but it's Joe Morton, the actor.
The actor, yeah,
that was on Scandal. He played
he had a
the
series
girl's
too.
father. Yeah.
Okay.
He had
Yeah.
a series on TV. Joe Morton played on too. Yeah.
Yes, I like the different voices he used, so you can tell.
Yeah.
He had a lot more.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out who voice that was. I knew it wasn't his. I was just so busy listening to the words and the outcome of what was going on.
Yes, it was a great outcome. It really was.
I'm gonna ask my grandson, Mr. Smarty, have you read that book of the Gravy? I know he had. I know he had, but he ain't gonna tell me.
Hey, Crystal, have you read No More Lies yet?
No More Lies? No, I have not.
By Dick Gregory.
No, I have not. Actually, I was looking at that book for us to read.
Okay.
Not read
I
it.
heard about that one. But how old is that one?
It's old. It's no longer in print. It's hard to get. I have it. I read it in the 60s. You know when we were all reading black books from
I
black
have me a Black history book.
Right. I read it in the 60s, and it's so much to read, like Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee. The track is the track of tears, and that's about the Cherokee Nation, where they made them walk. it's so much history to be read that'll put you in tears.
I'm gonna search for that. No More Lies.
No More Lies by Dick Gregory. And if you, I finally found the book on Amazon, but it was, but I have a copy of it.
Okay.
Well, it's not out of print. Amazon got it. Where's that soft copy?
Well, it was out of print for a couple years.
Well, if Amazon got, I can go buy it and put it on my Kindle. Then I can get it on my Kindle.
Yes, and it's
That's-
also you see the library app as well for free.
Okay.
Right.
They have the ebook on the app, and they have the actual book in some stores. So at Anacostia Library, Benning Library, and Francis Gregory, they have the hard copy as well.
His name is Gregory Dick or Dick Grave. Greg.
Dick Greg.
They got on their book Gregory Dick.
Well, excuse me, but we don't say this word anymore. But have you read the other book by him? The word we don't say anymore.
Oh, the N word.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's also
yeah.
a very good book.
No, I don't
That's
need that
awesome.
book. I went through it and seen that and heard that and still do.
But that is an
It made
excellent
me
book.
want to fight at church one time when I heard a Christian call somebody that. Can't stand that word to be said out the mouth of nobody. Even though that's not me or us. It's just a nasty word they gave us.
I'm glad everybody enjoyed this session. And
Yeah.
this chapter or these 2 chapters that we read were really good. I think it were 2 to 3 chapters actually we were able to.
All of it good. All of it good.
Yeah. So next week, actually, I believe next week will be Howard coming on. So week after next, we'll be back here reading again the next interview. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Crystal. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Okay.
I will. I'm gonna
Thank
dream
you.
about
We
that.
will.
Look for a
Thanks,
book now.
Crystal.
No problem at all.
Crystal.
Thank you so much, Crystal. Have a blessed one now.
You guys too. And the next training begins at 1:30. So I believe you guys can.
What is that one now?
Okay.
Okay. Thanks,
No
Crystal.
problem. No problem. You guys have a good one.
Thank you, Crystal.
Okay.
It was
you.
a great
Uh-huh.
segment.
You're gonna leave us on, right?
Yes, it should stay on. Yes, you should be able to.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No problem.
See you next
Okay.
week.
See you guys.
Okay.
Ann, are you on here? Ann. Where'd she go?
He's on here.
I got a question for her. She must be away from her iPad.
No, she's sitting there with the earphones on.
No, I said Ann, not Diane.
Oh.
She know I'm listening.
Yeah, she disappeared.
But Sam, I think you would enjoy that book if you get it. I really think you would enjoy it.
I am. I had 2 other books of his.
Oh, okay.
And one of them I did complete. That was in what, 80 something?
Yeah.
Because my daughter was loving to read, because Black history got strong with I know at our school, Black history got strong in 1974 at Burney Elementary. That's when I first seen the 1966 Black history book that I got a copy of, and it had all our bylaws and all, and where Martin Luther King marched to make preschool legal for 2 and 3-year-old. So the
Right,
mothers
right.
can go out and work and all when people who was doing receive, could work part-time and all like that. Cause that law was out for 20 years before a woman decided to get welfare and work too. And it was a lot of stuff in there, it was all about our rights in our history.
What were you eating? No, I was talking to my nephew.
Yeah. And then I started paying attention to comedian like Dick Ray because he was doing nightclub then. Then he started doing civil rights and all. And I really, got closer to him and all and everything. And what's the other man name? The husband and the wife, Ozzy Davis, them, yeah. Them two.
Oh, yeah. Can I tell you that tonight and for the while on Channel 7, it's called the 1619 Project.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's a good night. I haven't read it. I've been wanting to buy it, but you can record it. It's 3 hours long on Channel 7 at I think 8 o'clock. And I don't know what it covers, but from what I've heard about 1619 Project, will have a number of things we've been talking about. And these have been, it's so good. The person who did the 1619 Project was given an award, applied to the school that gave her award, and they rejected her. She's now at Howard University at their school is where they accepted her and where she is now available. But the 1619 Project is on tonight at 8 o'clock, Channel 7.
Yeah, the Black American Center's law in the fight to demonstrate America and its funding ideals. Yeah.
Well, it will probably, it will be, I'm thinking there'll be an update to the things we've been talking about. It will be I don't know, I'm interested. I want to buy the book, but I haven't been able to do that right now. But
the library at Miss Barbara.
You can?
I said you might be able to find it on the library app.
Okay.
You know
what
I said.
Brenda, I heard you calling me.
I wanted to ask you now, when Alex was going through the week's events and planning, and he mentions Caroline's name, and I heard you say, and I'm trying to figure out what was that about?
I said I was clearing my throat.
Well, it didn't. It sounded different to me. I thought it was something else. I mean,
let me go. I don't want to
you know.
Well, I'm not starting anything. What I have to
say, let it go.
I'm gonna let that go. But I've had a terrible cold, and I was clearing my throat, and I forgot. That's why I cut myself off, because I was coughing. That's where I was taking some more cough medicine.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, it just sounded a little different to me. I mean, it didn't sound like a cough, but if you said that's what it was, okay.
I said I cleared my throat. I went.
Okay. All right. So nobody got something to say?
Well, yeah.
Had to answer the telephone. Expected a repair for the wheelchair, so had to answer that, thinking that was it. No more answers. What do we, what, let me, where are we? Okay.
Miss Walker, what did you do for a living?
What did I do? I taught
Yes,
school.
you
I,
taught what
I taught
grade?
school. Well, I taught first grade. I taught pre-K when they started that. Then I had first grade. And then after I've been teaching that for a while, they promoted me to the fourth grade. And
Okay.
then I went right back to teaching second and third grade reading.
Okay.
And then I started working with my husband, who worked at the National Archives and did family history.
Okay.
And then then I became president of the organization, the Afro-American Historical and Genealogical Society, was formed in my living room, really. And then we now been in business since 1977, and we have about 32 chapters across the United States. So,
Yeah.
and every chapter has to have at least 10 people. So we got quite a few memberships that way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I did. I've been nosy. I like to research.
Okay.
That's a good thing, Miss Barbara.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nosy gets a lot of things done.
That's a
yeah.
good thing.
I've gotten, I hope that I've encouraged you to start some of the things. I saw a line on here for genealogy that you could start it. Probably you could get forms and things to help you get started. Where you live right now, your first name, your last name, your married name, those who are and were.
No, okay.
Names of your children and people they have married. That starts another generation. And you go on, and the children that they have. After a while, the schools are going to start asking. That's one project that they could do. They're given projects for them, for students to do. And that's one thing that's good and encourages them to research, to go out of the house and something, much of the information, you don't even have to pay for. You just have to be inquisitive, quote, nosy, and look and places, find places where the family started, find people who live next door around you. On tonight on CBS, they're going to do, I hope it's the program they did last Sunday, where a Black family bought a house they had been passing by for years. And it happens to be a house of the people who had enslaved them. But behind them is a slave house that they've become together and they are restoring it. So I saw that Sunday, but I'm going to try to. It comes on the same time as the 1619 project, but it's on Channel 9. So that's the people have been passing by this big White House a long time. And then they they got together and the house went up for sale. And what they found out was the people who had enslaved them. So that became another project for them to do. They got together with the people because the people who owned the house were still in the neighborhood and they had been speaking. We talking about don't say the word nigger, don't do this, don't do that. We don't have to say that word. We can go along and be inquisitive and find out, research. You got city records, you got county records, you got all those things on there. Even have some in here in Washington, D.C. that we can go to.
Right, right.
Now you know what I did? I was nosy. Yes, I taught school, and I taught in the inner city. I started out at Garrison in the first grade. Then I went up to Harrison. I went to Stevens School,
Mm-hmm.
and Stevens had enrollment was based on the people who were at the George Washington Hospital. That's where they had their enrollment came.
Mm-hmm.
Was there before, Stevens had been a hospital for the Civil War and things of that sort. But after
Miss Barbara, you might have been my teacher because I attended Garrison.
She was my babysitter. She was my babysitter.
Really?
Miss Walker, that's why I love listening to you. You have so much, you have just a wealth of knowledge.
Yes, she does.
You got a way of sliding things in that people, unless they were paying attention, it go right by their head.
I went to
I'm very interested in my genealogy.
Well,
and I would love for you to help guide me
I went
through
to
it.
Garrison in first grade.
You should teach a class, Miss Walker.
Well, see, I taught at Garrison when I came right out, when I finished school. I was in New York. I remember my mother was meeting me at the door, telling me, you got an appointment, you're going to Garrison School. And when I got there, Miss Whitted was the teacher, and she had been there and put up all her decorations to open school. So she had to take them all down. I don't remember where she went, but Whitted was her name then. That was
What year was that?
I finished college 1951.
51. Okay.
Well, I wasn't born.
Did you know Betty West, Miss Walker?
Beg pardon?
Did you know Betty West?
Betty West.
Mm-hmm.
Was she Betty West? Betty
She
West.
was married to Julian West. He became a principal.
She became a no.
He
did. He did.
Uh-huh.
No.
She was the first year that you were at Garrison, she was at River Terrace.
No, listen, darling. I didn't know anything about going that way. River Terrace was not in my vocabulary or location at that time. Remember, at that time, I was just 21, 22, and had I crossed the bridge? I think I had, because I went to St. Augustine School when it was there on 15th Street, down at 15th, and
it was on Johnson Avenue.
Johnson. That was the back. That was the front of it, really. Where the sister, Johnson Avenue. Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know what's happened inside of there? Because they made that condos.
Yes.
They made all that condos.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Duckett.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
So what year did you teach at Stevens?
Stevens was 19, that was in the
you didn't teach Amy Carter.
50s. Late Stevens was 50. What did I do there? I was more a clerk there. I mean, not a clerk, but I was always organizing papers or getting things together or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
Okay.
because you know,
so I
President,
didn't
You didn't teach there.
President Carter, I
no,
mean,
but
his
no, I
daughter
wasn't
went there.
there. Yes, I wasn't there when she went there.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I wasn't there when she went to Stephen. That
Yeah,
was a
my sister worked there, and my granddaughter went there for a while when she lived with me. Her godmother worked there.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
You said somebody worked there, Stephen?
Yes, Angela Wilkins.
I don't remember that name. That's so, that went out. That flew right over me, darling.
So we got a bunch of teachers on here, huh?
Yes, you got all.
Who all the teachers? I know Miss Walker. Didn't Thelma say she was a teacher?
Yes, somebody. Yeah.
And was you a teacher?
I wasn't a teacher, but I was a director.
Director of what?
Yeah, the teacher.
What
Of the
director of what?
Seabury Blind Visually Impaired Center.
Repeat.
Of the Seabury Blind and Visually Impaired Center was on Newton Street Northeast.
Okay. Yeah. No, I never had anybody who I had to be referred to that. I had to be. No, I remember my dad said he went to school. The teachers were to.
Like the way it looks.
Oh, that looks good. Mine's almost that way.
The school for, I thought the school for the blind. My uncle used to go to school for the blind years ago. So the one you talking about, you say Seabury. It wasn't under Seabury.
Yeah, this one was on Newton, and you had to be 60 years old to attend the program.
Oh, I don't know how old, because I know he had been going, the house school of, I think it was Northwest somewhere, because he would catch the bus. I mean, he was blind though, but he get around good.
Well,
yeah.
I had a blind cousin too, and he got around pretty good. I watched him train him. I watched out the classroom window to see how they train when the place for the blind was at 14th and P Street.
That's it. There you go.
That's where I went to get my training from on 14th and P. They taught me as a blind person because I've been blind for 40 some years.
Bridget Underhouse was so disrespectful.
It was
people, and I said, I'm not the book club. There's nobody in this world gonna make me quit something that I want to do.
That's right. We can tell them no now, and we don't have to. We've already put up with enough, so now we can tell them no, and that be it. They just have to take our no. So, and I think we have enough wisdom and justice for doing what we've done, for what we say. So I don't feel bad. We can always apologize for, say, I'm sorry or something like that afterwards or later. But right now, we can say, no, we can say that. So,
can you forgive me or forgive me,
Oh yeah, wait, don't say forgive me, just say, do we really want to be forgiven? Or do we want to just say, I'm glad we could share this information or something like that so that we could
continue to work together. It's and it's a lot of things. I'm sure I've said something with on iPad group with the iPad group that I'm sorry that I said that I should have
I'm laughing
said
at you,
it another
Walker.
way.
I'm laughing with you, Miss Walker, not at you. I was thinking that there's some things that I've said too that that I thank the good Lord that I kept them to myself and said them in another manner.
That's right. But tell you what thing, don't put it in writing. Don't
Oh
put
no,
it in
I
no
know.
email.
Don't put it in
because
writing. No.
because those emails can follow you until
the day you die.
Oh,
Wise decision. Wise decision.
But it's
Hi, Teresa.
Wise decision, Miss Walker. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah, I put things that I feel are important in writing, and I think things can be done a different way. I don't have a problem with saying that.
Oh, no, we have to do it. You know, when I was president of the Historical Society, I used to say, we can talk. Don't put anything in writing that will follow me. I said, I'm not going to put anything in writing that will follow me for years because you never know who's, and see, it doesn't end when you die. You see, I'm suggesting to you to do family history. So that goes beyond right now. Or when you say something, it keeps on going and going, you know.
Yeah,
So,
come back.
Here,
that's right. It will.
Also, here is where we have the opportunity to go and talk with God and ask Him to right the wrong and take away those things that we have said or done that was not pleasing. And that we all have to remember how we leave one's presence. We may not see that person again. So we have to think about what we say and do and how we treat them and how we respect them while we're in their presence.
Always have a little, I put aside, it's a thing, something about 2:00 that I just have to say, it's time for me to have my prayer time. And that's what happens. I just can't do anything else. I feel very bad. I feel not bad. I feel something when I don't get my prayer time in. I'll put aside something else to do. I try to get all business done before 12:00. Do it by 10 if you can. I know iPad comes on about that time, Teresa, but if you can get busy before 10, get things done 10:00 and no later than 12, you'll get some answers. You'll get people fresh and everything. Okay, I'm through.
You want a schedule, huh, Miss Barbara?
Huh?
I said you want a schedule.
No, you don't say it that way. You say schedule.
Oh, yes, schedule.
Yeah.
Schedule.
Yeah.
Yes.
Schedule.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're moving into Wednesday afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And it's a little different than the norm.
Okay.
And that being, as you can see, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. We're looking at the iPad features, and we're looking at the iPad program on the whole. We're starting off with what the program is, and then we're going into the actual features. Because what we've come to realize is that many of you use this device, but there are a few of you still wondering what this device can do and what it can't do. And then there's a few of you who thinks that we can access your device. So we need to get all these things put in place so that everyone is comfortable with this device and know how to use it. Okay?
Okay.
Also, have a very good idea of why you have this device. What was the purpose? Why is this device a gift to you? And so we're starting with from the initial, how this program came about, why it came about, what is it that WTA, what their role is, what DACA role is, what your role is. So we're putting it all together and it's going to last. We're going to be doing it today. We're going to be doing it on Friday. And if there's need for a third session, and I have a very strong idea, yes, there will be, we'll be also going, and that is looking at those actual security features that you may not have in place and how to get them resolved with this device. That you could feel comfortable that no one has access to your device except for you. So it may go into a third session. If you've looked at the email reminder, and if you looked at your text today, you would see there's some door prizes in place. And door prizes will be, Alex Bell will be doing that towards the end of today's session, as well as Friday's session. So make sure you stay in tune. Don't check in and then check out and then come back in later on, and then,
Excuse me, Miss James. Excuse me, Miss James.
Yes.
The screen I had just says Wild Tech : security features on your iPad. That's the screen we're supposed to be looking at.
Yep, that's the screen you should be looking at.
Okay, all right, okay.
Okay, one other thing. When we go through these slides, I want you to raise your hand if you have a question about what is on the current slide. I want to address that question like at the moment, in its moment.
So we're doing it different.
Yeah, you're raising your hand if you have a question about what's on that current slide or what it is that I'm covering at that moment. So we can address it right there. The goal is that when we're finished with this series, is that everyone is fully aware about what this program is and what security features are on your iPad. Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. The next thing is that TVs need to be off. TVs need, now any TV or distraction coming from yours may disqualify you to be eligible for the door prize. In other words, if I've got to stop and say, turn your TV off or whatever, I'm not going to talk about phones because I know your phones are your lifeline. So I'm not going to go there. But if a TV is on in the background, there's a problem. But your phones, yes, I do expect that, to cause some distraction if, in the event that it rings. All right. So I'm going to ask everyone to mute their devices. Raise your hand if you've got a question relative to the slide that I'm talking about, any topics that I'm covering at the moment, so we can address it in real time. Okay? Got it? All right. So actually, I don't know if Tatiana, are you on board? She did have to travel today from DACL, so she may not be here on board, but I know she'll definitely be on Fridays. That's the help desk manager on board with delivering this topic. So we'll start off with the usual, the disclaimer, and then we'll move right in. So the Wilderness Technology Alliance DC Senior iPad Program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual health, well-being information design for educational purposes. You should not rely on the information in any applications or topics made by the Wilderness Technology Alliance, including but not limited to mobile and device applications, and any social media pages maintained by the Wilderness Technology Alliance DC Senior iPad Program, its owners or presenters, as a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, treatment, or legal advice. All right, thank you for allowing me to read that. All right, so we're going to talk about all different things today. For example, this first slide, as you can see, we do take attendance, right? Every meeting we do take attendance. We offer library training. Those for those of you having difficulty with the virtual part and like a more in-depth understanding of your iPad functionality. And we have a help desk with a very well equipped with staff to answer any questions on about your iPad. And of course, we have a midterm survey that everyone usually receives about after 90 days of being in the program, just to tell us how the iPad is making a change in your life. Moving on to when our next library trainings are, we've got one tomorrow, June 1st at Benning Road, 3935 Benning Road at 1:30 to 4:30. Monday, June the 5th, Northeast 330 7th Street, 12:30 to 3:30. Tuesday at the MLK 901 G Street Northwest. Wednesday, June the 7th at Lamont Riggs 5401. And that is South Dakota Avenue at 12:30 to 3:30. We also, because these sessions are one-on-one, it's a very good idea to call 202-800-6868 or email the library at email library@wildtech.org to reserve your time slot. All right, coming up, I'm excited and you should be too. Juneteenth celebration, Friday, June 16, 2023. Please make sure you either participate or attend, one or the other. It'll be a fun activity. It'll be also prizes given out at the end, not as far as winning, because no one's winning. Everybody's a winner that day, but we'll be giving door prizes away. All right, so now because this calls for attendance, what I'd like to do is make sure that all your names are shown. So if your name is not being shown on this participant list, I see an iPad person there, forget it. You can't even be on the wheel for the door prize because we're not going to put iPad on that wheel when we spin it. We've got to know your name. So please, Alex is asking each and every one of you that's showing us iPad into a breakout room. So make sure your name is visible. Now, I don't see a hand up right now. I'm going to address that hand. Oh, the hand is gone. Somebody raised the hand. All right. So please make sure you take the steps to rename yourself. If you're new, please, Alex will be more than willing to help you change your name. But if you haven't, make sure you tap on the participant icon on the Zoom toolbar where it says me, you know it's you, tap on that. You'll see more, tap on more, and then look at the drop down on how to rename yourself as shown here on the screen. All right, raising your hand, and we talked about that. If there's something I'm saying at that moment, I'd like you to raise your hand. So I've got to keep a sharp eye for those raised hands. Please do not speak out on mute because a meeting this size, right now we've got 90 in here. It needs to be organized. So raise your hand. How do you do that? Look for the more icon, tap on it, and then use the drop down. And where it says raise hand is shown here, that's what you're doing. You're tapping on that. Your hand will be raised. All right, I see Ruth. Ruth, can you unmute and ask me what is your question? Ruth, please unmute and ask your question.
Thank you. I have an assistant that's helping me here. I'm not completely blind. I have poor eyesight. It's such a long story. I don't want to hold up the whole program explaining that. But to say that at 89, I'm now a member also of Kaiser Permanente, and went through a program of getting my eyes checked, blah, 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 before the COVID came up. And that was well over 4 years ago. And I'm still here with no glasses. And I finally had an eye exam at through Kaiser. And then I went to Walmart to get the glasses made, and the prescription was so low. I'm gonna say, I'm saying low in a layman's terms, because the prescriptions would not fit the glasses that they put the prescription in. So I had to take all of that back to Kaiser and ask them to make the prescription stronger, that the one that Walmart had increased the strength, hoping that I would be able to use it. However, I will say that when they put that, still they said they had the Kaiser, I'm saying, said they had made the prescription stronger, but when it was applied to my eyeglasses, it still wasn't strong enough.
And Harvey, how can we help you? What is it that we can help you at this moment? Because I'm addressing this presentation. It's got to be relative to what I'm addressing.
Can you include me in a program where I can get glasses?
Well, no, we're not addressing that. What we're why is I'm taking questions relative to what I'm addressing. You can send me an email later on, but I'm only addressing what's included in this presentation today, as far as questions.
Yes. Thank you so much.
But you can send me an email to address that separately. Thank you.
Teresa, really quick, Miss Harvey, I did make sure you call that DACL hotline number. That's a good place to start. And you know, just like I told you before, Miss Harvey, so try that. And Teresa, Tatiana is on. Would you like her to speak or no?
Sure, Tatiana.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're more than welcome. Tatiana, go ahead and introduce yourself, and go ahead, Tatiana. And saying
Hi, yes. Mm-hmm. Hello, my name is Tatiana Russell. I'm here with WildTech as the help desk manager. I spoke before just overall about how to contact the help desk, and I'm excited to be here again to present with Teresa. So thanks.
All right, and Tatiana, please chime in whenever you see a need to, okay? Whenever you see a need to, chime in.
Thank you.
All right, so first we're gonna begin with, who are we? Wilderness Technology Alliance, also known as WTA. This company is formed on this mission, where we're empowering the disadvantaged through computer access, training, and support since 1995. That's how it got started, okay? As you could see from my slide here. We are contracted by DACL, the Department of Aging and Community Living, who serves district residents 6 years and older, with adults with disabilities and those who care for them. We're in partnership with them as far as this program is concerned. So they've said to us, they asked us, can we put together right before the pandemic, as it got into its, we found out that there are many seniors, and DACL did, who are isolated in their homes. Some of them are dying. It was a horrible, horrible time. And so DACL put it together real fast about getting iPads out, and they offered it to WildTech to say, can you get these iPads out to these seniors that we're going to identify and do the training, whatever is necessary to get them using these devices. And basically, that's when I came on board and looking at how do we do the training and getting the seniors to be engaged in class and so forth. So WTA is a contractor of DACL to provide the service of delivering the iPads and the training, okay? That's how we came on board. So again, as it says, we are the lead agency and prime contractor for the District of Columbia's Senior iPad program. It is designed to reduce senior isolation and increase their connections with family, friends, and the community, all through what? Technology access, training, and support, which is what we do. What did they do? They provide these Apple iPad tablet computers with 5G wireless network, custom figured applications, and accessibility settings, training, and support. So the new, we address it as new because it is new, Senior iPad program sponsored by the District of Columbia Department of Aging and Community Living. Of course, once you receive that call from us, yes, you then became aware of it. So during that call, the intake counselor that called you told you about the fact that your name is on the list to call. You are eligible, right, for an iPad, and certain training would be provided for that. And during that telephone call interview, the intake counselor read to you the following agreement. And I'm going to read off the agreement because some of you are still confused about this agreement. I've listened in on some recordings. What I hear is seniors saying, well, I never got an agreement. I don't remember what the agreement is. So we're going to read it off. You also did receive a hard copy when you got the iPad, when it was delivered to you. And this is what it reads. This program, this is what the intake counselor read to you and you agreed to. One Apple iPad tablet computer on loan until you complete the program requirements. You received a subscription to wireless broadband paid by DACL. You will receive individual telephone training, online group training, face-to-face training at your local library, and technical support. To participate in this program, you must, here's what was required of you, what was read to you. Remain in sole possession of the Apple iPad. It may not be utilized by any other individual other than to provide you training. Participate in a free one-on-one telephone training or any free 1 hour face-to-face training at your local library. Participate in 6 free tech trainings over Zoom held throughout the year. Utilize the iPad at least 3 days per week. Give us permission to send you text messages, then read and respond to them. Read the occasional emails we send to you and respond when needed. Give us permission to send you text messages, then read, oh, that's repeated. Sorry, that's me. And respond to the midterm survey that will be emailed to you in order to assess your satisfaction, your progress, and impact the program. All right. So I hear these questions from time to time. When will the iPad be yours? When is it yours to keep? All right, here's the answer. We have 6 months, or you have 6 months to complete the training after you receive the iPad. If you continue to use it as agreed, then on September 30th, 2023, the iPad becomes your property. If the iPad is not used as agreed, you will need to return it. So everybody should be clear on the agreement part of how does one keep the iPad. And we also read on that interview the following. The program sponsors gather no information on users through the iPad, nor can we retrieve passwords or lock the device if stolen. But Apple Corporation may be able to help you. However, the use of an iPad creates the potential for others to gather information about you and use it against you, including websites, cookies, viruses, and more. Never provide personal or confidential information by phone or through the iPad unless you know and trust the requester. You agree to indemnify, release, and hold harmless the District of Columbia, DACL, DC Libraries, WTA, and their employees, agents, and volunteers from all liability damages and or loss associated with the use non-use training and support for the iPad and software provided as the data it contains, okay? All right, so any questions on the agreement? Everybody's clear on the agreement, right? Everybody's very much clear, no cares, no, I see a hand raised. Okay, go ahead and unmute the question.
Oh, me, Teresa, Denise? Yes, I was going to ask you, I've been in it 2 years, so was that contained to me by September 23rd?
No, you had a different agreement.
Right, that's what I was telling Caroline that day when she was telling us.
A different.
Yeah, I was telling, she said, no, that's for everybody. I was saying, well, no, not for me, because I already did. Okay, thank you.
You're more than welcome. Grace, go ahead, Grace, unmute.
Miss Teresa. So if I think this young lady just answered the question I wanted to ask. So if we just received our machine this year, I thought it was after 6 classes attended, or no, it goes to the 20.
Okay, so did you just read, what did you want? It's obvious that you aren't clear on what I just read. Now, I'll go back to it again. Okay. It says that you have 6 months to complete the training after you receive the iPad. If you continue to use it as agreed, then on the 9th month, 30th, 2023, the iPad becomes your property.
No, ma'am. I'm just saying I just misunderstood when it was told to me by the information person. I just misinterpreted what was said. I have no problem with it. I got a clear understanding of what's going on. And thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Grace. Yeah, we want these concerns to come up now. That's the whole idea of addressing these issues.
I got you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay. We do have some intake counselors. I think, Tatiana, you do intakes from time to time. Am I correct? Tatiana?
Sorry, no, I don't do the intakes, just the one-on-one trainings and help desk.
Okay, so you can chime in on that when we get to that.
Sure.
All right. So what is WTA commitment to the senior iPad program? Okay, we promise to deliver core technology topics to our senior participants. To do so, we have mobilized all of our quality virtual sessions around several priorities. 1, to offer a service that not only meets the interests of our participants, but to surpasses their expectations, okay? 2, provide topic of interest for enhancement of our senior citizens' daily activities. 3, professional caring staff. 4, provide valuable resources through technology. Bring in speakers, presenters from time to time, and most importantly, we offer privacy to all of our participants. And when we say that, I'm going to break it down as to what I mean in terms of that. And this is through this method: confidentiality, integrity, and availability.
That's right.
WTA is committed to the privacy of our seniors seriously by adhering to what is known as the CIA triad, as shown below. Notice here. And this is in my field of teaching, and Tatiana, you can chime in because I know this is your one of your area of specialty, what is known as the CIA triad. This is what you would say an understanding in the area of cybersecurity. When you're handling somebody else's data, like your personal information, you've got to agree in technology to these 3 areas. The first thing you have to agree to is confidentiality. It is a set of rules that limits access to information. You've got to agree to integrity, which is the assurance that the information is trustworthy and accurate. And available is a guarantee of a reliable access information by authorized people. In other words, we can't just give access to any and everybody your personal data. We just don't do that. We can't do that. We've taken an oath to abide by the CIA triad, and that we will keep, and that is our staff. If somebody sends me an email and asks for someone else's in the group, can I get her phone number? Can I get her? No, I need, that is
That's
not
right. That's right.
confidential. Okay, so
That's
keep
right.
that in mind. On your side, we are told, I remember when I was hired for this job, back when it initiated, that I'm dealing with a very vulnerable population. And that is to care for our seniors. So keep in mind, we are on your side. We're protecting you. Tatiana, you want to say anything about this? Go ahead.
Yes, I want to definitely agree to what you said. We, especially us as help desk, the fact that we are assisting you with some what may be sensitive information like your password and things like that. We do tell you not to tell us, but if you do, we, like Teresa mentioned, we take an oath with protecting that information. So to be honest too, I think sometimes the people that are closest to you, that could be family members, that could be people that come in and out of your homes, they can be potential threats to your confidentiality, okay? So like Teresa mentioned, we're on your side. We're here to protect your information, and we want to make sure that you get the best services from us as possible.
Thank you, Tatiana. And Dennis, I see your hand is raised. Go ahead and unmute.
I'm sorry. I did something wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay. Moving right along. All right. So what do we mean by confidentiality? It is roughly equivalent to privacy. Confidentiality measures are designed to prevent sensitive information from unauthorized access attempts. It is common for data to be categorized according to the amount and type of damage it could be done if it fell into the wrong hands. Okay, we don't want anybody getting at your personal information, and we're going to protect you from that. Integrity involves maintaining the consistency, accuracy, and trustworthiness of data over its entire cycle. Data that must not be changed in transit, and steps must be taken to ensure that data cannot be altered by unauthorized people. Okay? And then there's the availability, means information that should be consistent and readily accessible for authorized parties. This involves properly maintaining the hardware and technical infrastructure and systems that hold and display the information. Wherever we've got your data, we've got to maintain that hardware that no one has access to it, okay? Other than authorized individuals. Right. Then there's encryption. I think you need to understand what it means. When you see that S at the end of that HTTPS, or you see that padlock, this is what they're talking about. Encrypting anything, for example, data that can identify the patron, which includes your username, password, and contact information such as your address, your phone number, and email address. In these cases, data is transmitted using what is known as SSL encryption and stored on disks that are encrypted both at rest and within the database, meaning anything that belongs to you is usually encrypted. So outside of us, only those that have access to that data, meaning us, anything beyond that, anybody else beyond that, what if there were to infiltrate the system, it would appear to them as encrypted data, meaning it's not readable by the eye in English language. It has to be decrypted by a computer, another device. So that when you hear the term encryption, that's what you think. And just like it shows here, zeros and ones, lots of zeros and ones. Can you tell me what's going on there? No, none of you can, nor can I. All right, here's something else that you should be aware of. From time to time, Alex will ask you or invite you to update your operating system of that device. Why? Because operating system is an ongoing, it's like the whole, how can I say, the engine of your device, meaning without the operating system, your device wouldn't work. And if the operating system have some faults in it, like if a hacker broke in, then it's going to impact you. So what Apple does is they update the operating systems just about every month or so often to make sure that all back doors that the hackers got into are now closed, because the hackers are very smart individuals. They're wise. And so they're always looking to see where there's a crack or if there's a crack. And once they're in that, they get through that back door, they could be into your device. And how is that done? So they update the operating system. They fix what is known as security fixes. Software updates can include newer improved features. So they're always improving the operating system of the iPad to make sure that you are getting the very best out of that device. All right. So with that in mind, they have what is for, especially, this is Apple, is known as what is called rapid security responses. There are new types of software released for the iPhone, the iPad, and the Mac, their products. They deliver important security improvements between software updates. For example, improvement to the Safari web browser, the WebKit framework, and a whole host of things. They may also be able to mitigate some security issues more quickly, such as issues that might be exploited by or reported to exist in the wild, meaning hackers have gone in. So they're always updating. As you could see, the operating system is labeled as the iOS 16.1.4. People or developers or security spend hours and hours every day looking for these little cracks where hackers are trying to break into the system. So I'm not saying no one can get into your iPad. What I'm saying is that just like nothing is 100%, is there in life? At least we only think, well, what is 100% in life? That death and taxes? Anything else? Your iPad can, yes, hackers may access it. And we're going to be teaching or talking, especially Tatiana and I, how to lock down that system to make sure in an event someone is trying to access your iPad. All right, so on that iPad that you received from us, it said your iPads are delivered to you with preloaded applications. Yeah, they came preloaded. The iPad comes with certain built-in, such as Safari, Mail, Contacts, iPods, Photos, and Calendar. Icons for each application appear on the iPad's home screen as shown here, a host of them. Okay. I see 2 hands are up. Let's address those hands. Go ahead, Sandra, unmute, and Wilder.
Teresa, we were told that the iPads the other night were going to be ours at 9:23, but now I see 9:30.
It's the end of the month, the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
This September?
Yeah, they
was last day of September.
No, they was told us last night that it's 9:23.
Well, I don't know who told you that. Please go with what I'm telling you.
2023. That may be what that is. 2023.
No, it was saying 9:23.
9:23 means September 2023. The last day of that month.
Okay, that wasn't what we were told, but that I'll go with that. That's fine. And on the things that you said we had to sign when we got the iPad, I never signed anything.
Oh no.
Okay. What I would say, when you agreed during that one-on-one interview by telephone, you say, I accept. That's your agreement. That's why it was recorded.
Now she's gonna tell you it ain't happening.
Okay. When you say I accept, we also told you in that interview that this was being recorded. And I know that for a fact because I was one of the very first trainers on this program. And I said to you in the very beginning, this call is being
Talk to
recorded.
you. I didn't talk to you. I didn't talk to you.
No, I'm just telling you. I am telling you, you are told that you're being recorded and whatever you agree to is being recorded.
Well, somebody messed up. That's all I got to say.
We're not going to get into that. I'm not getting
I'm not going to get into it either, but I'm just telling you somebody messed up.
Right. But what I'm telling you, listen to what we're saying here, and that's what it is. So that's why we're doing this, because there seems to be, I don't know, gossip, rumor, whatever it is going around about what this program is all about. So we want to put an end to all of those, false information or whatever it is. Okay. Thank you, Sandra. Next, Wilder, you have your
Hi,
hand
how are
raised.
you? Hi, how are you? Hello, everyone. My question, I hope it's not off the frame, but since I got my iPad, I purchased an iPhone, and I somehow or another have screwed my iPhone up. All of my apps, I can't get to anything. I have to hit the side button and ask Siri to open up contacts, open up Gmail. Can you let me, I heard that the individual trainer was on there. Can you tell me when and where there's going to be another one-on-one? And can I go to the class with my iPhone, or do I just have to be the iPad?
So I'm going to refer you to call the help desk. Yeah, I'm going to tell you to call the help desk to get the information.
I can go with my iPhone. My iPad is fine. It's my iPhone I'm having problems with.
Just bring them both.
No, so no. Well, I don't know if we work with iPhones, but first, yeah.
Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah.
That's my question. I don't want to go to the one-on-one class if you all don't do iPhone. I only got it because I had this iPad and I wanted to, I can't hear you. Hello?
Yes, I'm listening, Wilder. And Tatiana is the help desk. She addresses the iPad. That's what she addresses in her department.
Okay, so no.
Now, here's my question. Are you trying to do something with your iPhone on your iPad? Is it a device associated with your iPad that you're trying to do? Or are you just focusing on your
both
iPhone
of them
alone?
are connected. Both of them are connected together. Whatever's on my iPad.
Then yes, we can help with that. So you can't bring both.
Great.
Yeah, if it was just your iPhone and nothing with your iPad, then we couldn't help. But if it's two devices together, those devices, yes, then we can help.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, Grace, go ahead. Go ahead, Grace. Unmute, ask your question. Grace, go ahead, ask your question.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Y'all, everybody, good afternoon. Miss Teresa, I'm sorry. Because I was calling to find out. What I was calling because of mind the trouble thing the way says. Trust me, my cancer, it just sometimes blacks me out. But listen, I was calling to ask, okay, the games and things that they have, these apps that they have on my phone, how do I get rid of them, or am I able to get rid of them?
Good, very good question. Call the help desk.
Okay, that's a good question. Okay, all right.
However, call the help desk.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I ain't going nowhere. I'm listening. I like this training right now.
Okay, thank you, Grace.
Appreciate you.
All right. Okay, so
Teresa, really quick, you missed a slide before this slide. So go back 2 slides, basically.
Oh, this one. Okay. All right, so WildTech Senior iPad training facilitates our participants to harness the power of technology to change no matter what age, Our classes, speakers, videos, and activities help seniors learn new skills, save money, exercise, make new friends, and so much more. Thank you, Alex. Okay, so in addition to the apps that are preloaded onto your iPad, DACL thought it was a great idea, and I agree with them 100%, to add additional apps, just as 311, that you can seek help with their app. This one, green one, represents I think how to get to know your iPad. And there are many other apps. I didn't put them all here, but there's several of them that are there that Dackel suggested should be on your iPad. All right. In addition to that, we also got the District of Columbia Public Library to add other apps, free music that you can listen to, Canopy, where you can watch, I think up to 9 movies, access 9 movies per month, digital books and magazines, where you can learn LinkedIn, where you can learn anything about technology, and then Mango, where you can learn different languages. These are all provided by DCPL for your convenience. So you can be at home and have access to all these different features. All right. Now, notice a big sign says mandatory, or one would say in technology, mandatory. The virtual class is held by Zoom, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays at 1:30. These modules were created in mind by me, and others came in and, had other added features to it, especially Alex Bell. I have to give the credit to him. That in order, this is the first part of it's actually the second part of the agreement, that you must complete the 6 modules, right? Module 1, introduction to your new iPad. 2, buttons, accessibility and features. Module 3, email apps on your iPad. 4, useful settings and apps on your iPad. More about the library apps, your keyboard, the control center. Module 6, all about Zoom. These are things that I felt that were critical in you getting acquainted with your iPad. Once you got this on board, then you basically can begin. In other words, you can begin sailing your own boat. You take the rudder from there. But in order to begin to use it, you've got to understand these basic features of what can you, how can you utilize your iPad? And so these are like all of the instruments, or whatever you might want to call it, tools we put together in a module to assist you. In addition to that, I realized, wait a minute, we've got these seniors who've been attending these classes. By now, some of them must be hungry for more knowledge about how to use this iPad. So we instrumented the advanced training, which is held in the morning. And we do things like apps on the iPad, cybersecurity, iPad maintenance, navigation. We talk about Zoom, social media, email, and more. And we seek your input and what else you would like to learn about. I do get requests from, we want to shop online, we want to learn by Twitter, we want all these different things. And I take those ideas, I go out, do research, come back, and Alex and myself have been presenting on topics requested by you. And that's held, and just about everybody's invited to it. 10:30, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Okay, I see a hand raised. Leonard Rooney, go ahead, unmute.
Hi, Ms. James. You were talking about the apps that were on. So were the apps, they all added before we received the iPad, or was some added after we received the iPad?
Excellent question. See, Tatiana is shaking her head. We do not, listen to me, I'm going to underline it and bold it, have access to your iPad after you've received it.
Okay, so, all right, that answers that. So I just want to say that the Zoom classes has been very helpful to me for the Wild Tech programs and for other Zoom classes that I take. So I really have learned a lot of how to navigate through the Zoom platform. So thank you very much.
Tatiana, you want to talk about the technology aspects of that part?
Yes. Okay. So the apps are, as Teresa mentioned, they're already pre-downloaded on there. Okay. So what that means is those apps that you see that might be like, for example, from Dackel, like 311, those apps are already on your iPad. Now, some of you, if you do not utilize your iPad, if your iPad has just not been used for a long time, you might see them start to update That doesn't mean we're downloading anything. That just means that the apps are either updating. And if you are a person who just received your iPad and have not turned it on, those apps might still continue to download, but it doesn't mean we're accessing anything. Those apps are already downloaded on there. We're not doing anything to it. Systems update and download all the time. So that's not us doing anything to them.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Keep in mind, we don't have access, nor do we want access. Okay. Very good question, Lynette. All right. Now, we offer, in addition to the training, we offer DC resources on Tuesdays, where we deal with senior daily needs, history, projects of interest, entertainment, transportation, housing, library resources, food, health and safety, medical insurance, legal counsel, just like the one we had yesterday. In addition to that, on Thursdays, we have, these are vendors where we actually pay them to come in and speak. Like, for example, we have Dr. Monday that talks about nutrition. That was one of DACL's requests. They wanted you all to get more familiar about your nutritional needs and to get a better understanding more on those topics. So Dr. Monday is the one, she's been recruited or contracted to do so. Then we brought in the mental health needs because, as we all know, we're dealing with a vulnerable population. Not only are we dealing with one vulnerable, we're also dealing with what is the post-pandemic, which means there are a lot of mental health needs required, not in just the senior group, but in all groups. Mental health right now is at its crisis, as you see the news every day, you know. It's all has to do with post-pandemic. So my biggest concern is, how are our seniors dealing with the post-pandemic and the loss of those loved ones that, you know, that went out during the pandemic, and to keep you focused, engaged, and feeling loved, accepted, inclusion, whatever it is. So mental health. Then we also have cyber senior that comes in with more technology ideas, talking about how to do whatever on your computer, the things we don't cover in the modules nor in the advanced group. We have the public library talking about what apps they have available, and not only the apps, what access do you all have to the library from the comfort of your home. And then we have Washington Home now, who's been recently talking about gardening. So interest groups come in once a week to cover different topics. I see we have 4 hands raised. Go ahead, Adele, unmute. Adele, unmute. All right, while Adele is doing so, I'll go with Mandy because I see she's already unmuted. Go ahead, Mandy.
Hi, for Teresa and Tatiana, a quick question. For those of us who have been on the program for, I guess in my case, it's going to be almost 2 years. When Apple provides iOS updates, security patches, and new features, every once in a while they start to phase out older models. What do we do when they no longer support the 7th generation iPad? How do we keep security patches up to date?
Good question. Tatiana, you want to address that, or should I?
Yeah, I was just going to say we cannot replace anything. You would have to end up purchasing, if you want to upgrade, you'd have to purchase your own. But Teresa, you can, I don't know if you have something different.
Well, I was more asking in the light of how, because I've called Apple and they give you conflicting information. Sometimes they'll tell you while we will continue to provide security updates, but not the new features. And then other times they'll tell you, we're not going to do either one. We're not going to do anything. So I guess which piece of information, according to you, is actually correct? And or if you think they don't provide anything for the older models, any suggestions on how to keep, viruses and things out?
I can answer that question. So I'm only going from experience in my years in this industry. The operating system, once, for example, Apple or Microsoft, whomever decides they're no longer acknowledging on the device, an operating system that has been outdated, they actually stop patching them. They no longer provide any updates on them, and they must move on. It's a fact that you must move on. Now, it's going to take years before they stop with the 7th generation. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Okay, it takes several years before they move on. For example, it was only a couple years ago they stopped providing updates on Windows 7, and Windows 7 was out from way, way, way back. And they notify you like a whole ahead of time when they'll stop providing updates on the operating system, a complete year or more. I remember that because I dealt with the updates, moving devices from the updates from Windows 7 to Windows 10. So I wouldn't be concerned about that right now, Mandy. Now, in the event, once they've done that, the best way is to keep your system secure. That's the best advice. You might want to add a software on it to protect it from, hackers. Buy into your own software. And we're going to cover that on Friday. Okay?
Can I also say something, Teresa?
Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, so yes, what Teresa just said was right. Generally, Apple devices, they support their devices for roughly around 6 years, depending on if the hardware can support the new features added to the operating system. But because the 7th gen iPad, it came out in 2019, and it's pretty good on its own because it has a good operating system. And the internally it's a really good system. So even after those 6 years, it's really unlikely that Apple will retire it. So I would estimate that to be around 10 years or so before there's a major update that requires a new structure. So I would not be worried of that for a couple of years. So it came out in 2019. So 6 years after that is 2025. Again, because it is a relatively new device, I would expect it to still be supported for at least another 7 or so years. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, Mandy.
Okay, because that's in line with what I thought, except that when I called Apple, they told me that they generally maintain for 3 to 4 years. And then they pointed out, like I have an iPhone 8. They pointed out as an example that even iOS 17 probably won't be provided to people with the 8s because they just took out the 6s and the 7s. So
yes.
Yeah.
So the iPhone 8, that is it's relatively older in comparison to the 7th generation iPad. So that again makes sense. So for
the 8 came out in 19. I got it in 19. So
yeah, but the actual
Actually,
iPhone,
20.
it's a little older. So if you get to that point, I would recommend upgrading to at least the iPhone 10. So if anyone wants a new iPhone, I would recommend at least the 10 or above to get the most out of that single phone.
Okay, so just to clarify, because one person at Apple told me one thing and somebody told me something else. One told me that even if they don't provide you the new features, they would provide you security patches for bugs. And then somebody else told me, no, they don't provide either one. Do you happen to know which is correct?
I would say it's based, on per device and what type of device you have. So whenever you get to that point, you can always check to see if there's an update at that point. But I'm assuming Apple would say some type of literature when that occurs, if that were to ever happen. So I would say just check, settings, general, and software update and see what it says. So just when you get there, that's when I would either do some more research or call our help desk or just look up Apple's information and call them again, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No problem, Andy.
We're going to go with Adele. Adele, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First, on the screen that we have on now, the interest groups, Washington Home, is that just a title or is that an organization?
Organization.
That's the name of them.
Where are they located?
There's an S missing. Washington Homes, it's called. There's an S missing. It's an organization, it's a nonprofit organization for seniors as well. You might want to explore them online, what they can do for you.
Yes, it's called it's called the Washington Home, a charitable foundation. They are located on Connecticut Avenue, but they have a whole website. Again, it's called the WashingtonHome.org.
Yeah.
You can look up all their information there.
That's what I was trying to find out. The Washington Home.
Yes, ma'am.
On Connecticut Avenue, I believe it is. Thank
Yes, ma'am.
you.
Yes.
Okay. The other question is the advanced training that you have on Thursdays, I believe, at 10:30.
On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 10 a.m.
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's what I wanted to ask, at 10:30 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have that on Tuesday and Thursday?
No, Tuesdays and Thursdays are our lunch clubs and our guests, whether that be a DC resource or the interest group on Thursday. So we have each day has a different set of classes depending on what's available. So again, the daily email, you can look at all of our sessions that are upcoming for the week.
I see. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Gail. Brenda, let's go with Brenda. Oh no, Joycelyn. Sorry, Brenda. Let's go with Joycelyn. Joycelyn Mercer. While she's unmuting, go ahead, Brenda.
Well, I just wanted to ask, now, when we have our food club, the cookbook club, the owners, well, not the owners, but the keepers of the cookbook, they're saying that their information disappears and then it reappears. So how does that, what would that cause that? Is that operator
that's a very good question. And this program is designed to explain all of that. So can you hold off and we'll explain that later on. We will explain that. I listened to the recording of that one and I'm like, yeah, I really need to get you all on board on what, Anyway, we will address that. It's being addressed.
Okay. Thanks, Teresa.
All right, Joycelyn, go ahead.
Yes, I like to know. This is my second time on this iPad, and I couldn't get that mute to break loose. Anyway, I like to know: is there a manual that we can get to the operation of this iPad?
Miss Joycelyn, that should have came with the with your package when you received your iPad. We actually just revamped it for our new seniors. So in that packet, in the package that you received from our delivery driver, there should be a whole manual available to you on how to like use the home screen, how to touch. There's a question and answer in there. So please check.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, everyone receives it. So you need to look at your materials again.
I'm gonna look again. I'll look again.
Look for that packet of papers, but it's given to every new senior and everyone that joins the program. Should
okay. All I saw in there was the only thing that I saw was a card that had a little piece of paper. I don't have it handy, and I'm bedridden, so I can't get up. I can't walk. So, but I'll have my husband to check again because I told him let me see the box. I said it's got to be a manual.
Yes,
but we didn't see any manuals. I'll check again to be absolutely sure.
Did your iPad come in a black sleeve? What did it come in?
Oh God, let me see how did it come there.
Yeah, if it came in a black packaging, the manual will be slipped in there. So it wouldn't be probably in the box. It might be in that packaging that it came in. So hopefully, I don't know if you threw it away, but if you did, it might have been in there.
It's not.
Okay. I'll ask my husband because he received the package and he brought it up here to me. Because what's her name? Gwen brought it up here. Anyway, okay, I'll check. I'll ask him about that. My other question was, well, can you hook up a printer to this iPad? Like for instance, if I want to type a document.
Not go there at this moment. We're answering questions relative to what we're introducing at this point.
Oh, okay.
Those questions you can leave for the help desk. We're trying to address certain things. So we want to answer that question. Don't get me wrong. We're here for that, but we need to address what is relative right now. But the help desk is that. So if you want to call 202-800-6868 and get that question answered, or attend one of our modules and access during the module. Okay, the next module will be Monday. Okay,
Monday.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's right. Monday. Okay. All right.
Thank you. All right,
Okay.
moving ahead.
Okay.
We've got hands up and we
Yeah.
still got a long ways to go. Tanya.
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 Yes.
Tanya. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be back. Because I had graduations and doctor's appointments, and I had missed a couple of ones. So you like the food and nutrition one, it was one, I think it was last week, I think. So do they repeat itself? Like the same thing, like if I miss something, do it keep coming back? Or do they just stay different, every time?
Tanya,
I don't like to miss too
Wait a
many
minute,
of
let's
them.
just, you want to keep things on a lid because we still got a long ways to go. Nutrition is held one Thursday a month by Dr. Monday.
Okay.
Anything you missed will be, it's recorded and you can access it via YouTube or through our website.
Oh yeah, okay.
Thank you. All right,
Okay,
next
thanks.
we've got Grace. Go ahead, Grace. Grace, you have a question?
Future. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was calling to say to the individual when I received my package, my guidelines came in, and my package was brown, a brown envelope with my iPod in it and everything. All of it came together. And my little booklet to explain everything to you, that's what came in it too also. So if something was missed, maybe they need to contact Department of Aging to let them know wherever they come from.
Excuse me. No, excuse me, Grace. Please do not go there. We will address that question and answer. Thank you.
I apologize.
Yes,
you.
Grace, you
Thank you very
started in the
much.
program
Thank you.
in the middle of last year. So yes, everyone's packaging is going to be different. So any questions?
Oh, I apologize. I
I'll
apologize.
have best number. Thank you so much,
All right.
Grace.
Adele, I'd like to move on. Do you have something relative to what is being shown now? I'd like to move to my next.
Yeah, I just want to say, I heard the lady said she didn't receive a manual. What I received is about 20 Xerox pages telling you about the program, about the iPad. Was there an actual manual given?
That's it. That's it, Adele. That's it.
Yeah, the Xerox pages. Okay.
That's it. Thank you. All right, moving right along. Must move on. It's going to be a long, we're almost an hour and we still haven't even gotten halfway through. So I'd like to move on. Now, we do provide, in addition to training, a lunch hour social and monthly movies. For those of you who've never attended it, we do provide on the first and third Thursday of each month at 6 p.m. we do a movie of your choice. A decent movie, of course, clean, a movie. On Mondays, lunch hour, we have the sports edition. On Tuesday, we have food and nutrition, not by a provider, but a discussion held on nutrition. And that is headed by Caroline Beasley. And then on Tuesday evenings, we have a club that's been formed from, it's like a takeoff of the actual program recipe where they're actually they're putting recipes together and putting a book together. And that's held on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. On Wednesdays, the first Wednesday of each month, we have Howard University, who talks about the various aspects of the pharmacy, your medication, patients, portals, and things of that nature. Oh, and we also have a book club. Book club was held today on Tuesday, 3 Tuesdays of each month, Wednesdays, headed by Crystal. And she talks about, they're actually reading a certain book right now. Join the book club if you have interest in books. Now we're going to talk about Zoom. So issues came up where, on Zoom as well. So we need to address that. Classes via Zoom. Zoom classrooms, as you know, we're in one right now where we're learning different things, sharing things. So Zoom came about. Zoom was always popular before the pandemic, but then became the way of classrooms during the pandemic. I went from being in the classroom to Zoom. All right. So how our classes are trained. And why was it instrumented that way? Because, of course, because of the pandemic. We didn't want the seniors coming out, bringing the virus out. We wanted them to feel safe at home, giving them something to do daily. So classes began virtually. We didn't even have library trainings during the pandemic. We did not. It was all headed out via Zoom. So we started off on Zoom. So why Zoom? Because it brings people together to grow, learn, and live life to its fullest in the comfort of their homes. Virtual programming has enabled many senior centers to continue during the pandemic and has also provided essential social connections for individuals. Yes, during the pandemic, the only time you could see another human being was via Zoom. And I remember when it all started, this program was not in place, but then the churches were being held by Zoom. We had many seniors. I made it a personal mission to help anyone who didn't know about Zoom to get them on Zoom. And that's how they got to church, via Zoom. It was a good thing. It's a blessing. Well, look at it. It came from God. All right. So there's a downside to Zoom. They said that students and educators alike can experience Zoom fatigue. Yeah, I'm tired right now, but I've got to keep going. We try to limit the length of these sessions. I try to limit them to, if they start at 1:30, they must end at 3, because after a while you become fatigued and things are being said or not being said, and not so. The other downside to it, it says it can be hard to read the interpersonal clues from those who are remote. That is true. How do we address that? The instructor, I'm always available by phone for those of you who have serious concerns. I get emails about Zoom sessions that didn't go right, or questions. People say, well, I raised my hand and I didn't get an answer, or whatever it is. I address those. You can always call me. We have numbers. You can call a help desk. So we have a way of addressing those interpersonal clues. While Zoom calls are interactive, they still lack valuable opportunities for casual social interaction. So what did we implement? We implemented the lunch hour club and the other social events like the movie night, recipe club. So we're trying to at least, what are the downsides of Zooms? We're addressing them also. Now, this is something that came up recently. Now, as you entered, each one of you were told as you entered into this classroom that this meeting is being recorded by the host, and in this case, it's the host, myself, WTA. It says upon entering WTA virtual classes, you are notified that the session is being recorded. At that time, if you decide you don't want to participate in a recording session, you have the option to exit. This is what you see on your screen. Am I not correct? So no one can say, well, I didn't know I was being recorded. No, don't go there. You do know. You've been given that choice. Everything is being recorded. Why? Let's find out. All right. Recording of Zoom sessions have great benefits, such as sharing videos and others after the meeting has ended. Participants may benefit from a recording of a session if they want to review content later, have documented accommodation, or if they cannot attend due to internet access issues or illness. That's why it's being recorded. Your benefits. Do we have, here's something else that came up recently. WildTech has the copyright to all training sessions, whether delivered by WTA instructors or a guest presenter. You come on here and you present for whatever reason, or the vendors do, it's all owned by WTA. No one can say we didn't give them permission, because for you to come on board and present, and we do allow seniors to present, and they can earn $100. We've allowed that in the past, and we're continued to do so because we want seniors presenting topics of interest to other seniors. Once you agree to that, and that is our item to keep, not yours. You can do whatever you want with, but you cannot say you didn't give us permission to go back there. It is ours to keep. Okay, so if I want to bring back that presentation, I'll go in there for whatever reason later on and air it again. No one can say we didn't give them that right. You can't go there. It's now owned by WTA, copyrighted by WTA at that point, once it's aired on our Zoom meeting. All right, so we've come to the end. We also do, as you could see, library trainings. We talked about that earlier. We do Juneteenth, so forth. We've now come to the end of part 1. Now, at this point, as we mentioned, the clock is ticking. We're going to do the door prizes. Alex is now going to come on board. Now, I want you all to stay on board for next Friday, because that's when we're going to talk about the actual security features of your iPad. Who can access, who can't access, how they can access, how to configure it. We'll get all of those things in the dark, bring them to light. Tatiana and I will be drilling down on how to understand your iPad better as far as security features. Alex will also be on board for that. So Alex, I'm going to turn the mic over to you. I don't see any hands up raised to what we just covered. So we're going to move right in now to the spinning of the wheel.
Great. So again, hello everyone. I hope you learned something new today. I have all of your names in this wheel. And the last time I added names was 2:15. So you must have joined the meeting before 2:15 in order to be eligible for a door prize. We are raffling off iPad accessories, so a keyboard, a stylus, or some earbuds. So I'll get your name down and contact you in regards to which prize that you would like. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we are going to go ahead and start with the spinning. So can everyone see my screen?
You can, but the names are different. They're kind of.
Yeah, they'll be highlighted once they're selected. But as you can see, all of the names are on the right-hand side. So I've been inputting them during the meeting. So the last time I again looked at the names is 2:15. So you must have been in the class by 2:15 in order to be eligible. Again, we're going to be doing 3 names for today, and also 3 names on this coming Friday. This Friday is part 2 of our securities features presentation. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel for our first winner. So let's go ahead and see who wins. So our first winner is Wanda Starr. Congratulations, Wanda. Thanks so much for participating in our program. I'll give you a call later this week confirming which prize you would like. Again, a keyboard, an earbuds, or a stylus pen. So thank you so much, Wanda, for participating today. Next up, we're going to do our second prize. So Miss Wanda, she's out of the wheel. So it's everyone else left able to win a prize. So let's see who our second winner is. So Cassandra, congratulations, Cassandra. Thank you so much for hopping on today's call. Again, I'll be giving you a call later this week to see which iPad accessory that you would like. So congratulations, Cassandra.
Thank you.
Yep. And last but not least, let's see who is our third winner. Miss Helen, congratulations, Miss Helen. Again, you have won an iPad accessory. I'll give you a call towards the end of this week to see which iPad accessory that you would like to receive. So again, thank you so much, everyone, for participating today. We'll be raffling off 3 more prizes this coming Friday afternoon when we're doing the second part of our security features presentation. So again, thank you so much. I had fun making this wheel, and you all have a wonderful day.
Yep. Thank
Alex.
you so much for
Thank you, Mr.
participating.
James.
You're more than welcome. We hope that we've answered your questions so far. Please have more questions on Friday because we're addressing about file sharing on Fridays. Who could, if you give someone permission to share a file, who can go in there and make changes to it? Yeah, we'll be looking at that. We'll be looking at adware. You go and download something online and with it came something, a virus or whatever. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Tatiana, what else do you think we're covering on Friday?
We're going to be going more into depth about, well, that might be later down the line. That might be part 3, but we're going to be covering overall, like what Zoom sharing means, things like that, as well as what, as you mentioned, sharing, file sharing, and collaborative workspaces with your apps, such as Pages. That's an example.
And we're covering that because we've got the Recipe Book Club who have been sharing files and claiming or stating that information is being removed from it or added to it. You need
That's a true statement, Teresa.
You need to understand how it works. Please tune in on Friday to understand how it works. Okay? Come with your cares, your concerns on Friday. Also come with your heart open to win a gift. That's the best. That's one of the takeaways. But even more, you can't do wrong. No. You can't go wrong by learning more about your device.
That's right. That's right.
You gotta know your device.
That's
okay.
Right.
So I look forward to seeing all of you on Friday. I want to see more. Right now, we've got about 98 to 100 on board here. We're open for more. If we got to take this to a 3rd session, we're going to do what we need to do.
Teresa, can y'all find out like how much Apple charge for the insurance for the iPads?
We can do all those things. Just come with those questions next week, and then if we have to have a 3rd session, we'll do that.
Okay, so that's why I was asking.
We are here to make you feel safe about your device.
Can I call Tatiana to help me get my
Pardon me?
Apple ID?
I didn't hear that question.
Can I call Tatiana the desk to help somebody get me my Apple ID back?
So yeah, there's 3 associates that work on the help desk. So just call that number if you need assistance. That's all you have to do.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else before we leave?
Thank you, and thank you, and thank you.
Thank
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Teresa.
We are here to serve you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Tatiana.
No
I need a
problem.
question. I have a question.
Thank you, everybody.
I have a question.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you.
I
This
have
is
a
Mrs.
question.
Ducky. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex.
Teresa and Alex.
Thank you.
Today's session was very informative.
Alex. Alex.
Yes,
you
Miss.
called
Miss-
Helen. It's 2 Helens. What was the last
Yes,
name?
it was you, ma'am. So you
Thank
want to
you very much. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
no problem. No problem. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Everyone have a great day. Thanks so much for attending. See you guys next time we're on Zoom.
Same to you.
You too.
Okay.
Goodbye, y'all. See y'all later.
All right.
See y'all later. Have a nice day.
Everybody have a blessed
Okay.
Bye.
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 Bye.